Every night I play the game when it slips into her bed. Well, it's just a close up, pretty like they want to ride. Dealing with experience, yeah, she never got to lie. I'll taste a virtue, but look for being alive. Eternal sin. What is the lie? Eternal sin. What is the lie? Just deluded on these deaths. Resisting it forbidden love for a day like that. Nothing that they didn't try except this out to see. Feeling need to shed a love despite the inside. Eternal sin. What is the lie? Eternal sin. What is the lie? sin. What is allowed? Eternal sin. What is allowed? Once again, they're fleeting game, the simple drop is set. Father storming through the walls and for the government back. The government is dead, I've seen these other folks as well. Falls into permission as it used to be allowed. Eternal sin. What is allowed? Eternal sin. What is allowed?
You just heard Belong to Hell and Incest Love. Great title there. By Cyclone from their Brutal Destruction record in 1986. This is the International Thrash Series Patreon Special Edition. The Belgium and what is it? You got to explain this once.
I will.
Okay.
We got Benelux.
Benelux.
How you say that? Yeah.
Okay. This is the Requiem Metal Podcast. Okay. This is Requiem Metal. I'll cut that part out. Requiem Metal Podcast. I am Mark.
And I'm Jason. Yeah. And this is the Benelux special, as I was, joking with Mark. Yeah, it's what all the Gen Z say these days. Now,
like you're going out for Bergs or something, or Bergs. Okay.
Yeah. You're in Bruges, getting some Benelux, and but no, Belgium, Netherlands, Luxembourg that's the kind of designation for that little pocket up in Western Europe, there, northern Western Europe. They just call it Benelux. I don't know. It's probably a social studies thing or something, like a AP World like designation, but that's kind of how I've always known it. And so rather than putting like Belgium and Dutch scenes, I just kind of went for the Benelux thing. So
fair enough.
Use it as a learning opportunity. That's kind of what we're here to do. So.
Well, before I downloaded the show notes, I looked up I thought that was a band.
Oh yeah.
You're like, well, we're talking about some band.
A whole episode on Benelux for you, probably like.
And I've never heard who the hell these guys are. So yeah,
that's funny.
I've been preoccupied a lot of things, you could say.
Yeah, no, it's I mean, for people, this is obviously we're doing this as a Patreon show because it's been a long time. I think it's been like probably 5 months since we've done a Patreon show. And I think people know how busy we were. Most of our patrons know that sort of stuff. But, our intention is, down the road, what we did with the last kind of Thrash series when we did some Patreon episodes is we eventually release this, months later as kind of to the general public. So eventually the general public will hear this and stuff. But right now, you fuckers get this exclusively. So that's pretty awesome. Yeah, and we just kind of wanted to reward the patience of, fans and supporters. We know you guys don't ask for much from us and stuff. I know there's probably some podcasts where the Patreons have like, certain expectations, but I think you guys know how busy we've been and how much time we put into the normal episodes, in terms of research and the length of them and things. But
I think that there's the key. If you're doing like an hour-long podcast once a week with an extra supplement, that's something. But yeah, I don't even know how many hours we've done this year.
Yeah, I know.
It's at least probably a couple days worth, like nonstop.
I know. Marathon sessions. I mean, the Sodom we end up breaking up into 2 parts and stuff, but that
was still came in at 7 hours.
I know, not too bad, not too shabby. We're recording this in like late August. I'm about to start school on Monday, and Mark is kind of getting fully settled into his new home up in northern Michigan and house on the market down in Hamtramck and stuff. So it's crazy times as they always are. There's never a non-crazy time, I feel like, with us, but this is just kind of a transitional out of summer into fall kind of moment.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot going on, but it's all good stuff, all positive.
Yeah.
So everything's going to be better once some of those like houses off the market, get a little bit of influx of cash. I'm in the process of building a studio to work in and have like a little podcasting area and music area and all that in the back. So this will all sound better too.
Sure. Well, and one of the things too, like we like to do usually when we kind of do a Patreon show is, they're a little looser sometimes, kind of bullshit, chit chat a little, just kind of catch up and stuff. But yeah, have you had any time to sort of do anything like recently in terms of like checking out new music or old, movies and shit like that you've kind of been like digging on lately? I feel like we haven't really caught up on that sort of front lately. So
I don't know if I've watched anything, to be honest. Outside of
Probably crazy busy,
Yeah, I'm either in working on, the random stuff around the house, redoing bathroom, we've got 40 acres that's been like neglected. So, carving paths with the tractor and all this other crap. But we watched
Mad
Mad
Max.
Max, yeah,
Yeah,
Beyond Thunderdome. Or is it Beyond Thunderdome? It's just Thunderdome.
I think it's Beyond
Is it
Thunderdome.
Beyond? But I haven't seen that in a while, and that was quite entertaining.
I
Very, very much enjoyed that.
it's to me that's a weird movie. It's like a movie of like it's like a tale of two movies, right? There's like the first half and then there's a second half, and I don't know. The second half is a little tougher for me. Maybe it's because I didn't grow up with it. Yeah, I didn't see it till like recently. It's
Yeah.
weird. So like once they get with all the wild kids or feral children kind of stuff, like
It tapers off. Like I think it could have been. It almost seems like the first half could have just been like an episode of a TV series.
yeah, first half's awesome. I did
Yeah, I
dig
love
that.
the first half. Just all the weird world building stuff, but yeah,
Yep.
it's definitely an uneven film, but all of them are kind of weird in their own ways. I think the Fury Road's probably the most like consistent and to the point
Yeah.
out of all of them. But like the very first one is just kind of
It's like
this
a
bizarre, like the editing is
cop
crazy. It's
movie. Yeah, it's like a weird like exploitation, like sort of like cop film, but with like clever editing and stuff. Yeah. Yeah. It's weird because you think it's gonna be like Road Warrior is, and it's really not. I mean, it's I don't know.
yeah, the editing is almost like oh fuck, what is that John Borman movie with Lee Marvin,
Oh yeah, it's a lot like
Point Blank.
Point Blank. Yeah, the one they remade with Mel Gibson or whatever.
Yeah, like the George Lazenby, like the fight scene in that Lazenby Bond movie on
Oh,
the
I never had
beach.
seen. Yep.
All these it does kind of, a lot of it's like Raimi tricks. Those what are they called, the snap zooms.
That snap zoom. Yep. It's kind of crazy actually. I've been really marathoning. There's a podcast I really like. It's actually a whole podcast series. It's called The Ringer is the name of like the company, and it was started by the guy that started Grantland, which was kind of like the sort of journalistic side of ESPN back in like the early 2000s. They're the ones that basically started the 30 for 30 documentaries.
Okay.
This guy named Bill, God damn, he's from Boston. His name escapes me. People will know if they're sports fans. And he started Grantland, which was kind of like, this is kind of weird because Grantland in a weird way like got me back into wrestling because Grantland had these articles that Grindcore Coon, who long-term podcast listeners will know as being a guest on some of our early episodes and kind of my metal high school buddy that we, kind of like what Chris was to Mark, kind of we were challenging each other, but he was the one that turned me on to it. He goes, hey, there's this cool like online sort of site. It's almost like a Vox or like a AV Club or something like that called Grantland. And they do this like weekly article called Dead Wrestler of the Week. And it would always be like this memorial to like, Big Boss Man or like, some
Yeah.
wrestler that had like a really horrible kind of ending or drug problems or this or that. And you kind of turned me on to it. And it kind of like got me like rekindling, thinking back to like the 80s and early 90s, when you and I kind of watched it in its original days. And that guy ended up writing some books on it. And then he ended up hosting like his own podcast, which is how I discovered and got back into that Laps Fan podcast, where those two guys are just going back and doing old pay-per-views. And longtime, Requiem listeners will know if you've heard me talk about it, that Laps Fan and some of like the intense research that they did and pulling a lot of like literature and scholarship and stuff kind of inspired me to like take what we do a little bit more seriously and put a little bit more scholarship and a little bit more of the history, research kind of end into it.
Yeah.
So it's weird. Anyways, they do a whole thing. It's called the Grantland basically fired him and ESPN sort of shut it down. Bill Simmons is his name. Sorry, just came to me. And so he started this whole like kind of separate thing called the Ringerverse. And it's basically a podcasting network. And they do a couple that I really listen to. One is the 60 songs that define the 90s. Pretty cool thing. And that guy's awesome. Rob Harvilla, he and I actually have been in contact. I'm trying to get like on an episode. So I'm like crossing my fingers. He did a Pantera episode, and I really wish I had been able to be part of that one because I've got a lot to say about the gateway drug of that and Pantera in the 90s and stuff. But I originally reached out to him when he started that series because of our soundtrack episodes on 90s soundtracks. I was like, hey, we did these. You know, if you're interested, like if you ever end up wanting to talk about a song that came from any of these iconic 90s soundtracks, like I'd be your guy, you know, because we did all this focus on it. And he's like, oh, this is fucking cool. And so we've been in correspondence. I actually sent him our Rebel Girls episode because so much of that was about 90s stuff like L7 and Babes and Hole and things.
Yeah.
And anyways, he has another series. He's not on it, but it's called The Big Picture. And the guys that host that, they do like a lot of movie stuff, and they often have like Quentin Tarantino on and Roger Avery and I was just listening to an episode where they had Lee Winnell, the guy that just did like, I think, what did he do? Is he part of Saw or something at one point?
I'm not sure.
He just did the remake of Invisible Man with the girl from Mad Men and Handmaid's Tale. I don't know if you saw that. It's really actually pretty
Oh yeah, that's a couple years old now, I think.
Yeah. So
yeah, that was good.
Yeah, he's like a good horror director guy, intellectual, whatever. But the Quentin Tarantino, one of the things I love that they fucking do, and this would be kind of fun, maybe down the road, is even as like Patreon episodes, is he always brings like some guests on and things, and they do like what are called movie drafts, and they pick a year, and it's like the 3 or 4 of them, and they have like 6 categories, and they have to draft a movie to sort of like fill that category. And then they put the movie drafts out to like on Twitter or on social media, and like the fan base like votes as to who had the best draft. So like you got to draft, like you might get like 1994, and you got to draft like a comedy, you got to draft a horror, you got to draft an Oscar nominee, you got to draft you know, you usually get a wild card or some shit like that or whatever. And so it's pretty fun, you know, because everybody's trying to fuck each other over and predict, like, you know, we could do it like a movie draft. It was like me, you, and Chris, and it'd be like 1991, and we have to draft like a fucking thrash album and death metal and black metal and you know, like whatever. Yeah. We'd all be like kind of fighting for draft order, and you know, it's kind of fun. But they had Quentin Tarantino on for the 1987 episode, and Tarantino's first pick was Evil Dead 2. And he, you know, they're kind of surprised at first, like, man, that's a, you know, you took that really early. And it's cool. Like, I never really thought about it before, but he said to a whole generation of filmmakers that were about to emerge in the 90s, in the late 80s, he said Evil Dead 2 was like the movie, and even Evil Dead 1 to some extent, but Evil Dead and Evil Dead 2 were like the movies that told, like, it was almost like the Ramones debut or like Sex Pistols debut or something, because it told a whole generation of young filmmakers that you can like DIY it yourself, and you can like
exactly
is inventive. And he said for his generation of that next wave that was about to emerge in the 90s, that movie was like super important, more important than just being kind of like a fan, you know, cult classic. And I was like, oh yeah, I've never really thought about that before. That's a cool thought. And so it was really interesting to, like, I don't know, just hear Quentin Tarantino talking about that from that perspective, right? Yeah. And so the big pictures, it's cool. I just kind of turn it on when I'm like doing shit in the house or when I'm working in my classroom, because it's just like people just talking about movies and shit. And I really like the movie drafts because I'm always kind of like, I don't know, I like to see them kind of like fuck each other over and call each other out on shit. But the
podcast with Quentin Tarantino and Roger Avery too.
Avery was on that same draft too, so they're friends with those guys. So yeah,
that's cool, because their show is pretty. I kind of, you know, I listen to it when there's like specific stuff I'm interested in.
That's the thing. I cherry pick episodes too. Yeah,
but there's a lot of stuff I didn't give a shit about on its surface, and there's always like a good conversation that comes out of it, which is kind of like, you know, people have said about our show. Like, I didn't think I'd care about this band, and yet I found something. You found something compelling. About it. I bought more than a couple movies from listening to that podcast.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah, I always add movies and shit. They actually got me to go back because Tarantino was drafting, I can't remember, I think it was like blockbusters, so it's got to be like movies that make a certain amount depending on the year. So I think they set 1987 at like 75 million or whatever. And he drafted Secrets of My Success, which is a movie I watched a lot as a kid, just because, I don't know, as you do, you watch Michael J. Fox movies in the 80s when you're younger or whatever. And I thought I liked it as a kid, but I didn't know if it really held up. But it's funny to hear like Quentin Tarantino being like, you know, a lot of like comedies of this era like are dog shit. He goes, but that one holds up pretty well. So then I was like, you know what? I was like sitting fucking doing something the other night. So I just searched to see if it was streaming, and sure enough, and it brought back a lot of memories. I was like, this is a very 80s movie, but like there's also some pretty like funny shit going on.
Was that was from 87?
Yeah, it was 87. So
I think I saw it in the theater as a kid, but I
I
don't
think I
remember
did too.
anything about it.
The thing you're going to remember the most about it is that's even more than Ferris Bueller. That's the movie that made Yellow, Oh Yeah, famous.
Okay.
Because the whole sequence where they're like all staying and like it's like 4 or 5 people that are all trying to like get into their like they're all like fucking each other basically. And so like everybody's sneaking out of their bedroom to go to somebody else's room, but they're all like intersecting and like oh yes, like playing, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And that's kind of like the most famous part, which kind of Wedding Crashers like redid that almost years later with like Owen Wilson and Vince Vaughn and shit, like all sneaking out of their bedrooms. And Dr. Quinn, Medicine Woman, was doing it too, Jane Seymour or whatever. So, anyways, it was funny. So, like the 1987 episode, like led me down like a weird like rabbit hole or whatever. So, but yeah, I just watched another De Palma flick, Obsession. I don't know if you ever saw that one from the. He did it before Carrie.
No, it's in my, I think it's like in my Amazon list to buy.
Okay, I have it. I bought it on Blu-ray, like a new one. So if next time we get together, or whatever, you can check it out. But it's interesting. I need to watch some of it again. The end is absolutely fucking like crazy. That's all I can say. Like
Who's in it? Who's the star in this one?
Cliff Robertson, the guy that played
Oh
Uncle
yeah.
Ben in the Raimi movies.
Oh, he's great.
Um, there's who else? Lithgow. It's a pretty early role for John Lithgow.
He's got to
But
be in his 20s or something, right?
yeah, and he's playing like a schwarmy like real estate guy from like New Orleans with like a really like a pretty terrible accent, but like it works. He's like so over the top, like you just like accept that he's just doing like I'm
That's
a New Orleans, like or whatever.
he kind of commits to the like
Yeah.
completely ridiculous characters.
Yeah.
Like what was the other one that he did with De Palma? The split
Oh,
personality movie.
Raising Cane. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
I found that used on Blu-ray. I haven't rewatched it yet, but I remember watching it probably around when it came out, and it was just his acting was so over the top.
91, 92. Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But yeah.
That was actually, was that around this time of like Third Rock, or is that Third Rock was later,
It
wasn't
was
it?
before. Yeah, that would have
Okay.
been what was Lithgow doing in the late 90s? That would have been the Harry and the Hendersons era, Lithgow more Raising Cane.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. So it seemed kind of like a weird twist, but then
Yeah.
he'd go on to do like one of the best seasons of Dexter and
Yeah, for sure.
some of that too. So
Yeah. Good Lithgow is always kind of fun. He's kind of a swarmy guy in general. But
yeah.
yeah. Anyways, I haven't watched too much, but there was a couple of things I kind of checked out lately. It's kind of
I
fun.
picked up Rod Steiger's The Illustrated Man on Blu-ray.
Oh, that's the tattoo movie, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Tarantino and Avery were talking about that, I don't know, last year or something. And it popped up and like some kind of ridiculous deal, like $11 for a Blu-ray. So like, yeah, I'll grab it. Why not?
Yeah. Oh, nice.
But I haven't really, all this shit I've been listening to is just completely random. It's been like stuff I know that I throw on headphones when I'm on a tractor, or, working or something. I've actually even done gone down, like listened to radio stations on Spotify.
Oh, no shit.
Like At the Gates radio and stuff and whatever.
Oh, okay. I know.
Just like little playlists and stuff like that. But I've been listening to a lot of Early Sentenced again.
Mm-hmm.
And what else?
You checked out anything new? I've been I've listened to Horrendous probably 4 times in a row while I was staying in my deck. I didn't
even know it's out yet. Is it already available to listen to? I might even got a promo of it. I don't know.
I got it in the mail too. I got a physical copy of it. It's
cool.
Pretty awesome. That and the Black Braid too. I've been kind of my new release listens the last probably few months. Hell Ripper.
Okay.
Check that out too, but those have been all 3 pretty fun. So
who put out the Horrendous?
I'd have to go look. I probably the label that put them out before was that
they've been on like Seasons of Mist, I think, for
maybe it's them. I can't remember.
I don't remember now.
My physical copy's upstairs. So
Ontological Mysterium.
Yeah, it's good. It's got
cool.
there's like they use clean vocals a couple times, not much, and it's actually like kind of interesting what they do with it. But it's pretty fun.
Is it pretty oddball?
Yeah, I mean, Decibel gave it a 10, and I can see why. It's
okay. That's cool. I've always loved their records, but sometimes I forget about it and go back a year later and like, oh god, these are wonderful. But I'll definitely check that out.
They seem pretty inspired on this one. I mean, not that they haven't been, but they just kind of keep like It's like blood incantation. They just kind of keep, like they're
Yeah.
moving in the right direction with shit. So, but yeah. So, I guess if you are, obviously most people are going to discover this as a Patreon, but like if we release this down the road and you're somehow new to Requiem and you just happen to click on International Thrash Benelux,
You're a weirdo.
yeah, you're a fucking weirdo, first of all, and you're just like probably like, why the fuck do these guys just talk about like Brian De Palma movies for 10 minutes? But we are in the midst of this kind of international thrash series that we kickstarted with Sodom, and we're the train's going to be kind of rolling. We'll be doing other stuff, obviously, and probably by the time you find this, if you're a general listener, we're probably done with that international thrash series. But go back and check out that stuff. We're kind of trying to travel across the world and find out where there's some cool little scenes. Sometimes focused on like a singular band, like a Sodom, or sometimes like a geographical scene, which is what you get here. It's fun to sort of dive into some of this obscure stuff, especially for Patreon shows, like we don't do as much research. Although turns out that a book kind of came in handy that I kind of had forgotten that I had. And I was like, oh shit, okay, it's actually a good excuse to pull this out and start, playing around in this a little bit. But just having fun, checking out some new thrash. And that's kind of what this is. I'm guessing a lot of people probably won't know a lot of these bands. They might know a few, obviously, especially when we get to the Dutch scene. There's a couple big ones there, but yeah, it's just sort of like it's a fun excuse to sort of like it's like a mental exercise to like kind of force yourself to kind of go down some of these rabbit holes a little bit.
Well, I was just when I was listening to the tracks, I would just pull up Metal Archives and look at the album covers and what limited information was there about a lot of these earlier bands too. At least the first probably half of the show. They don't really seem to go on to do anything else, at least in the metal realm that's, linked on there. So there's maybe just a couple, but.
And what kind of, again, I talked about this in the Sodom episode for those patrons that have checked those out, but kind of what got me here is this sort of website series, this webpage called Worship Metal. And they did the top, top 20 German thrash albums of all time, blah, blah. And they actually did a dedicated, like, top 10, like, Belgian thrash. And I was like, oh, shit. And they did, like, one for Japan, one for Australia, one for UK. They picked, like, 6 or 7 little targets, American thrash, obviously. I was like, oh, that's interesting. I never really knew that there was, like, a Belgian thrash scene. You know what I mean? Like, it's not, like, something that's really talked about much. And so that kind of gave a starting point, at least for some of like the essential foundational bands and some of the foundational records to kind of, check out. So, I'll definitely be reading a couple things from the Worship Metal throughout the episode, just a little like write-ups on some of the records. But, I discovered some of these bands too through like the History Heavy Metal Countdown that I sort of did there for a few years. Like Acid and Killer were part of that.
Acid was at there was a reissue of that record that was at the record store I worked at for like 5 years. And it just sat there. So that when I saw that cover, I was like, holy shit, I've seen this like a million times. I never listened to it.
I checked out Acid before the Countdown. I think I remember. So I think I had that song in there when I did 1983 or whatever, but that was about all I knew, and I don't know where I came across it somewhere, but we decided to kind of combine the Dutch and the Belgian scene. Unfortunately, I didn't find any Luxembourg thrash, although I did find one interesting sort of connection, probably for a future episode, is that Schmier from Destruction is actually from Luxembourg properly. So there you go. There's your There's your Lux connection to the Benelux. So that's all I got. Yeah, that's all I got.
All right, episode over. Cool.
Yeah, episode over. But we're gonna start with Belgium. As you just heard, there was Cyclone, Brutal Destruction. The land of beer, chocolate. The Western Front. If you're a World War I fan, and who isn't these days? They blew a lot of shit up in Belgium. So
it's true. Well, this also made me look at the geography a little more too, because I have general ideas of where all the countries are and who abuts what. But I was just like, God, everything is so crammed right in there. And then like, Denmark and everything's like all the Swedish and Norwegian areas, like everything's kind of really close together. So it makes sense.
A lot of bleed.
Yeah, there's absolutely. There's a lot of like similar like musical ideas. Because when I was a kid, I always assumed that everybody was like everything was further apart. But like really that's kind of the concentration of, and then like, just across just away from Belgium is like, the UK is right there.
Sure. Yeah.
So it's like everything is so close, and then like the big pockets. So it's like there, and then U.S., South America, Canada. But it's funny how like clustered all that is. Then kind of as you radiate out, there's less and less, except for Greece and Spain.
Yeah, Greece is kind of its own weird isolated scene, which we kind of talked about before, and it's probably because it is sort of cut off. I mean, there is some Eastern European stuff happening, but for the most part, Greece is its own like little isolated scene.
Yeah, Greece and Italy, there might be a little bit of something, but like in between there's not a whole lot.
Yeah, no. I mean, you got fucking Hungary with
Tormentor, yeah.
Stuff like that. But yeah, it's few and far between. I guess you had the Czech scene, a little bit with the root and some of that kind of stuff. But yeah,
it seemed pretty small and like really kind of far removed as far as the sound.
Sure, and probably like in a unless you had open borders, and unfortunately, like in this era of the '80s, you didn't because of the Cold War and stuff. So like I think in Western Europe, you probably have a lot more bleed, because it's really easy for bands to sort of like go across into Belgium from Germany and vice versa, and to go up to and play at Rotterdam and all
I remember talking with Peter from Vader, and he'd have to like sneak in cassettes, like to get him into the country to actually hear stuff.
Yeah,
is way like it's crazy. It's just like a drug trade.
The Iron Curtain for sure. Mm-hmm. So yeah, so that's where we're gonna kind of kick off. I've got the Worship Metal. I don't know if there's an author to these series. Yeah, a guy named Chris Jennings. He did this in February of 2018. The 10 greatest old school albums from Belgian thrash. So yeah, Worship Metal. Cool website. I don't know if they're still putting out like features and stuff, but just kind of in my explorations, I found this stuff years ago and printed it off knowing it would maybe come in handy, and here we are. But he had this record, Brutal Destruction, that was on his top 10. And here's what he had to say. He said, Belgium Cyclone weren't particularly active, just 2 albums in a 9-year career, but they were the instigators of some distinctive riffage, and Brutal Destruction remains an underrated collection of tenacious, tightly focused, and terrorizing thrash anthems. Admittedly, Brutal Destruction may sound antiquated to modern ears, but this semi-forgotten title had some clout in 1986. Slightly dubious title aside, Incest Love, ? Remains one hell of a closer, while the razor-sharp riffs and unrefined shrieks found on Long to Hell and Fall Under His Command still leave scars. One of those albums that belongs in a true Thrashers collection. Even though it may not receive a regular airing, Cyclone's sound was more mid-level American than European, and for this reason alone, Cyclone were up against it. They were never going to make an impact in the US when bands of this caliber were already 10 a penny. Regardless, Cyclone had much to offer, and no more so than on the outstanding Inferior to None that followed 4 years after, and there's more on that particular album later. So yeah. So basically 2 albums in 9 years, that's really kind of all they got, Yeah,
and I think they definitely hit it with, the American soundingness of them. They're very like, there's that like violence, like Baloff, like kind of, and it's a mix of like San Francisco and New York a lot, but then with like little touches of like Destruction and Agent Steel, and it's just kind of all over the place. But it sounds, if you played that for me, I would say, yeah, that's from America.
Sure. Well, even like the vocals, like kind of wild vocals that you hear a couple times, like remind you like early Death Angel, those like high pitched screams, and shit,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I wrote basically the whole thing sounds way more US thrash than anything European. A lot of Exodus riffing and like Long to Hell there that you heard.
Yeah.
I mean, there is some Germanic stuff that you hear in Incest Love. It's hard to, to
I think the opening riff definitely has a Destruction kind of vibe.
Yeah. They toured actually and opened in '86 for Agent Steel, Overkill, and Anthrax. That's kind of interesting,
Oh, okay.
Shows they played with them, but and this is an album that got put out in Roadrunner. So Roadrunner is kind of a big deal to this scene because they are a Dutch label, so when we get especially into the Dutch stuff, Roadrunner obviously played a role in kind of helping give a home to some of these bands in that region of Europe, before they went more international.
Yeah.
I heard a lot of like Kirk Hammett, like Kill 'Em All kind of leads too, nothing like super fancy, but some more of that like kind of primitive Hammett kind of style that you hear in the really early Metallica stuff.
Yeah.
before it got too fancy, but
There's some good like mosh breakdown stuff, and
yeah.
so some possessed like the gang vocals with like the devil noise, where
And I don't know
they put
how.
that fake affectation on it or whatever.
Sure. Yeah. You'll hear gang vocals and like, I mean, that's kind of a feature of kind of thrash. And there's several of the bands that we cover in this episode will kind of like employ them, some to better, success than others. But yeah, it's weird. And unfortunately, I think that one of the problems probably for people that like to listen to this and then like go and see what's available. I think the problem you're going to find is a lot of this stuff is like obscure. It's just kind of tough to like find physical copies of. There's a few reissues here and there, but like you said, the acid and Target, when we get to Target, that's kind of floating around from Hell's Headbangers and stuff. And I don't know who has the rights to this stuff or who's even interested in it, but it seems like at least there's like a market now for like people to reissue some of these kind of obscure, kind of second, third tier kind of things. And so maybe some of this will see the light of day. It's hard to say.
I mean, it's especially as you get more and more into the stuff or you get older. It's more interesting for me to pick up, some like 1987 Belgian thrash reissue than necessarily keep up on new releases.
On all the new shit, yeah.
Yeah.
I agree. There's like a historical sort of side to things there.
It's like the dad buying all the Time Life War series or something, it's like they have a definite like market.
Yes. It's like the Dennis Leary song, like porno and books about war or porno football. It's like
Well, I know like younger metal fans in their like 20s and 30s, at least they would come into the record store. They loved the really obscure thrash shit.
Really? Okay. Yeah.
So they'd be like, "Oh yeah, we're making stuff that sounds like this band." I was like, "Who the fuck is that?"
Going down rabbit holes. I mean, even like having conversations with Joe Schaefer, who writes for Decibel and has been on quite a few of our episodes. He did the Tribulation show with us, and he's actually, I think, as of today, they're dropping their album for Colony Drop, which just got like a nice write up in Decibel and Invisible Oranges and things like that. But the thrash bands that inspired him, like a lot of the stuff we did in our American thrash series that were a little bit more obscure, that's the stuff that was like tickling his fancy. So it's almost like, and he's like 10 years younger than us. So it seems like, maybe with the internet, like they're not so much about, I would say the dinosaurs, but like the big, just the establishment bands, that they're actually like looking for these like cracks in the ground. And
well, also they're really weird, like little moments in time where like sometimes like a lot of the stuff in here I like because it's kind of obtuse and weird, and they make really weird decisions, and you can tell there's a lot of heart in it, but they don't really know what they're doing, and that's really kind of inspiring to people, I think, too. Like, but what a weird decision, but like that's cool.
Yeah. There's a lot of weird vocal decisions throughout this episode.
Yes,
stuff that works and stuff that clearly doesn't. But like you said, it's kind of endearing, I suppose. So I guess if you're looking, without going too deep into it, but just to sort of at least give like a snapshot of the sort of Belgian metal scene in a general sense, it really kind of comes of age in the early 80s with kind of two big bands, I guess the two biggest bands of that era, which is Killer and Acid. And they sort of emerge out of, I guess, probably the influence of what was happening in England with the Nawabum scene and like European speed metal stuff that was starting to happen in the early 80s and power metal and things like that. And so I wouldn't necessarily say that they're thrash, but they certainly they're like the bands that all these thrash bands listen to, kind of like Metallica listening to Nawabum and things like that.
Yeah, I definitely think they kind of fall into that Nawabum where it's not necessarily, it's still like mostly, a lot of just like 70s hard rock stuff, but sped up.
Yep. That's it. Your Ravens and some of that kind of stuff, too, But Acid was sort of interesting because they had Kate D. Lombard, I believe is how you say her name, on vocals, which was, pretty unique to have. You had Warlock and a few other bands, but there weren't a lot of like heavy, fast bands that had female vocalists in 1983, So like,
no.
Credit where credit's due. That's kind of one of the things that made them interesting. And they had a trio of albums from 83 to 85 before they kind of disbanded. Until about 2019, I think they reformed. That's probably when the reissues kind of started to come out and things like that, I imagine.
Yeah.
Whereas Killer were from Antwerp, and they had sort of like a mid-level debut in 81 called Ready for Hell. That's okay. But really it's the second record, 1982's Wall of Sound, that like kind of gets a little bit more attention from them. And they kind of like I don't know, if you're a deep cut like Nawabum fan, I'd put like Killer in with like a band like Demon, Night of the Demon, or like Witchfind, Give 'em Hell, those kind of bands.
Yeah, I would
Like,
agree with that.
they weren't like the best of the bands. They weren't like, Angel Witch and some of that stuff that was like super like in your face, but it's mid-level Nawabum kind of stuff. And again, like, we're not spending much time on them, but it's at least worth it kind of acknowledging them. And so um when we get into this kind of first set, we're actually going to start with a Killer tune and an Acid tune. And really what you get with Killer, in terms, you get kind of a Nawabum kind of Motorhead sort of mix sort of happening there.
It's almost overkill riff right off the
Yeah.
get-go, a little bit of Priest here and there.
Yep. And I know that Killer were huge like Motorhead fans, that Spooky, the lead singer, like loved Lemmy and stuff like that.
Well, you know what this sounds like to me is Midnight.
Oh yeah, I could see that. Yeah, yeah.
Like a fun, it's like they're fun, and it seems like almost like you'd go see them at a pub or something, like,
Sure.
and it'd be like a Killer show, and they play every Friday.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, and so Walls of Hell is actually a song originally was recorded for a split single with two other Belgian bands called Crossfire and Ostrogoth. And I think Ostrogoth went on and did some other stuff. I feel like they showed up on the History Heavy Metal Countdown a couple times, maybe, or one time.
Yeah.
Again, it's foundational. It's not essential. That's it. I mean, I'm not going to tell you like go grab. But if you're a huge like Nawabum kind of person, like, you might really fucking dig what Killer has to offer. But
Well, I mean, really, this whole episode is like just kind of like a weird specific party playlist.
yeah, it's like this is like a mixtape episode or something like that. That's kind of what
Yeah,
we're
like,
throwing
okay, we're
together.
gonna do, like, if you were like corresponding back and forth with somebody back in the tape trading days, like what kind of Belgian thrash do you have? Like, oh, okay,
Yeah.
here you go.
It's almost maybe
Here's
what
the
we should have
best.
titled like these regional episodes, is maybe like tape trading or something like that, like International Thrash Tape Trading episode or something. You know what I mean? Because
I can
it's
always
like
go back and edit.
yeah, it's kind of a cool sentiment though, and it's in the spirit of what, like, I'm sure obviously most of our patrons know because they're pretty well informed, metalheads, but the general public, I'm sure, most people know how important tape trading was to the 80s metal scene, and certainly to thrash and death metal and all that kind of stuff, in terms of, like you said, breaking the regionality down and
Well, you know
getting.
what? That we'll start it with this one, because Sodom is more of kind of a standard, you know, more of our normal format for an episode.
Yeah.
But these like specific, geographic centric things, we could definitely do that into. I think that'd be cool.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, it's kind of neat. And then on the other hand, you get Acid, with the song Acid from the album Acid. So there you go. Just boom, boom, boom. Was it like Angel Witch with the song Angel Witch from the album Angel Witch? Like, I mean, there's like only a few bands that do that, like, sort of trio,
Yeah.
But on the other hand, Hate's vocals are real. They're pretty interesting. It's like almost like Susie Sue meets Doro meets like Geddy Lee or something like that. Like, it's like a weird.
Yeah, I think with a little Debbie Harry too. Like
Yeah,
when she would
yeah.
yell a little bit more.
Yep, yep. Maybe that's the Susie Sue, Debbie Harry kind of like,
It's
post-punk.
very, very poppy.
Yeah,
Like I
yeah.
like the guitar. Like if you would take the distortion off the guitar, I think it almost sounds like the way it's arranged is like a sped up pop song.
Yeah, I mean, it's very anthemic, sing along kind of quality and stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I just said it's kind of just charming. The percussion is just kind of motors along. It's very propulsive and fun, and maybe that's kind of the pop element.
Yeah.
And I mean, you could kind of see how young Belgians would find like this pretty crucial if this is what you kind of had, as like your anchor metal band.
But I mean, it almost kind of like bridges the gap between, metal and punk.
Yeah, yeah, I could see that too. And I don't know, I'm sure everybody had some type of punk scene in the late 70s, early 80s to some extent. And I'm sure, you know, not every country was as probably like rigorous about keeping those scenes separate, as like maybe American England where, maybe there's a lot more bridging that was kind of going on naturally between those scenes. So but yeah, so we wanted to kind of start with that, and then we kind of get back into the Cyclone game a little bit. Like I said before, they released 2 records, and it's a 4-year gap, between Brutal Destruction, which we kicked off with from '86, and the last Cyclone thing you get is this Inferior to None record in 1990, and I think it's their second album. Guido Gavels is, I think it's a different vocalist.
It is a different vocalist, yeah.
Yeah. He's a little less unhinged than what you heard on Brutal Destruction, but more assured and confident. It's pretty good kind of singing stuff. The songs are a lot more complex. Clearly in 4 years they've sort of grown. It kind of reminds me of like what Anthrax kind of started off like with kind of more kind of simple stuff, and by the time they got to like Persistence of Time or whatever, that's what this kind of reminds me of, that kind of approach that Anthrax took on that record, where
there's a lot of weird like very specific, like Charlie Benante sounding, because he's a very specific drummer, and sometimes like some of his drumming seems kind of simple, but if you try to play it, you're like, Jesus Christ, it has this weird rhythmic pulse to it that seems just kind of repetitive, but it's not. It almost kind of like, builds up the song. And there's a couple bands that I kind of heard a little bit of that type of drumming in it. And especially in this is weirdly rhythmic in the way that it sounds like it's going, like they're going to fuck up, like they're going to get off time at some point.
I could kind of hear that. Yeah, it's interesting because I kind of made a note that it has like the riffing stuff of like what like Anthrax was doing on POT, or like even like Twist It Into Form from Forbidden, but like they're lacking like the sort of complex chops of Benante or Paul Bostaph or whatever. But Giancarlo Lengadries is the name of the drummer. I mean, he is interesting because none of these guys have the chops of like your Lombardos or Benantes or Bostaph or whatever, but they make do. Like they kind of like, it's almost like Lars, like, right? Like Metallica makes do with Lars, and it actually adds to the charm of Metallica sometimes, and that they don't have like,
especially the early records. I would say up until I mean, like the Black Album is probably his most straight ahead performance, but the decisions he makes and where to hit, nothing is what a normal drummer would do.
Yeah, agreed. Here's what Worship Metal had to say about Inferior to None, because they actually, 2 of these Cyclone records make their top 10. And it says, we normally stick to 1 album per band mantra, but Cyclone's sophomore effort is the greatest thrash album ever produced by a Belgian band. All right, that's a bold claim. I mean, I can't really argue for or against that. Who knows? I don't know enough about this, but and he says, so we could hardly leave it out, could we? Suffering from severe underexposure dented Cyclone's chances of escaping the underground, but Inferior to None, a convincingly apt title if ever we've heard one, should have been the album to achieve it. Embracing a technical thrash aesthetic, Cyclone upped their game considerably with some of the tightest playing around and a gamut of ear-pleasing solos. 4 years on from their Brutal Destruction debut, these guys had used their time well, finding their groove and improving on every aspect of their sound with universally stunning results. Inferior to None is a perfect thrash album. Why isn't it more well known? Go figure. So, yeah.
Well, I think what you said about the kind of the Anthrax comparisons, also like the vocalist stands out the way like Joey Belladonna stands out against the music in a way where, like, I think Anthrax became popular and people that got into them because they have this like incongruity between what the music sounds like and what the vocals sound like, but it works, and that's a really tough thing to make work.
They're like counterpoints to each other, Yep. And we're gonna hear a pair of tunes, and they're both awesome. They're longer tunes, Neurotic and So Be It. And Neurotic has this like kind of great tension building sort of thing, and So Be It has killer bridge, killer chorus and stuff, and a really one of I think the best screams that Guido has is like near the end of that song. That's pretty iconic if you're into like kind of thrash screams and stuff like that. But just good technical thrash stuff. I mean, I didn't really like overanalyze these songs too much because I think they just kind of they speak to themselves, but they're not like reinventing the wheel either. But they're just fun.
Yeah, I think with So Be It, it's very like almost like Injustice for All, like riffs that were on the cutting room floor. Like these great palm muted, like really awesome. There's like a Sacred Reich breakdown. Like there's really great shit. Some Shortest Straw riff for a second.
Yeah,
a lot of riffs, but I never get sick of the really the rhythmic, the palm muted chuggy thrash. Yeah.
It's like it never sounds bad.
Yeah, and when they can come up with a riff that doesn't sound like one I've heard, but sounds adjacent enough to still fit that, it's sweet. And then there's like a very epic end to this as well. There's a lot of these where it's like the last I don't know, 30 seconds sometimes turns into this triumphant ending.
I heard that on bands both from Belgium and some of the Dutch bands too, where they had really good like kind of compositional like ideas, and you can kind of tell that, if they had like a little bit more money behind them and a little bit more exposure, it'd be kind of interesting to see what like a band like Cyclone could have done, Although 1990 is a tough spot, right? In a lot of ways, like that's kind of
it.
The end of thrash in terms of like that first wave. And, if they had done something beyond, would anybody even cared, even if they had exposure, like in 92, people were kind of moved on to death metal by then.
Yeah. I think if you were still doing thrash in that era and you hadn't made it, you were kind of a dinosaur, really. If you weren't like moving out of like, Pestilence, moving into death metal.
Yep.
Like if you weren't doing that, or like with death, I think some of the Scream Bloody Gore is still kind of pretty heavy into the thrash sensibility minus the vocals, but everybody's kind of leaning that way.
Unless you were going to do like a major kind of, not necessarily a shift, but like kind of add some modern influences, like what Anthrax did with Sound of, White Noise, or,
but they were established too, like, Megadeth, and everybody was kind of, everybody was established and moving away a little bit. But yes, starting out, especially being you're in year 9 of your career or something, and that's difficult times.
Yep, indeed. So yeah, so we're gonna check out this stuff. We'll end with a band called Asphyxia, and we'll talk more about them when we sort of get back. But we've got this sort of establishment bands that are kind of predate the thrash scene, with Killer, Walls of Hell from Wall of Sound 82, and then the Acid from Acid 83. And then this pair of Cyclone tunes from the Inferior to None record from 1990, Neurotic and So Be It. And then we'll end with Asphyxia from the album Exit Reality from 1991 with a tune called One Big Family.
You made me sad, baby. You brought me out on my mind. Flooding the free day to see.
That was One Big Family from Asphyxia. Then we had a pair of tunes from Cyclone. We heard So Be It. Before that, Neurotic, both from the Inferior to None record from 1990. Then we started off with a pair of classic Belgian metal tunes, Acid from Acid, and then opened with Walls of Hell from Killer. So, yeah, I was just commenting to Mark before we talk about Asphyxia that a lot of these bands that had some pretty awful album covers and stuff. As an artist, I didn't know if Mark had taken note of any of the ones. I'm looking at this Asphyxia one. It's not great. It's just a big eyeball. I don't know.
Yeah, there's a lot. It's a lot of kind of high school guys doing some paintings, or I think in the instance of it's later on in my notes, but
Okay.
it's like this kind of cut rate, like Geiger kind of thing. That's actually the guitar player.
Black Shepherd.
Did it?
Yeah, that's when we get the Black Shepherd. Yeah, Immortal Aggression. Yeah, yeah.
But some are just kind of just fucking bonkers.
Yeah, but yeah, Asphyxia were kind of this like weird hybrid of, kind of like we were talking about Cyclone, this New York East Coast style of hardcore infused thrash, like kind of like your Nuclear Assaults or Anthrax, kind of mixed with like Bay Area stuff like Heathen or Exodus. It's almost like because they weren't from like a major geographical region, they could just sort of like take from whomever they wanted, and they didn't really have to belong to like any particular scene, which is kind of liberating and kind of cool,
Yeah.
Here's what Worship Metal had to kind of say about this album, Exit Reality. So Asphyxia were yet another bunch of Belgians that were full of promise, but released just one full-length album. In this case, it was the scintillating Exit Reality, a Bay Area-esque cruncher, which can stand toe-to-toe with any second-tier Californian act. I like that. Yeah, they're not
fair.
Yeah, definitely second tier. Yeah. Delivering the kind of huge choruses, moshable bounce, and deadly gang vocals that made Atrophy so irresistible. And we played Atrophy on one of our American Thrash episodes because they were, I think they're hooked up. I think they were Arizona. So it's probably the Flotsam and Jetsam episode. We were talking about like this little mini Phoenix thrash scene or whatever. But yeah, for people that are taking notes at home, Atrophy is a pretty interesting band. Anyways, Asphyxia's gruff delivery was matched only by their speed and unforgiving assault. With no time for showboating or thrash balladry, Exit Reality's 10 tracks simply ripped with 100% authenticity. Above average thrash from an unfairly ignored band. So there you go. Above average thrash, Mark. That's what they put on the label. Yeah, above average.
That's the hype sticker.
The hype sticker. Yeah. And that's the thing. We're talking about kind of an obscure country, tape trading internationals. You're not gonna get there. There's no there's no creator here. You know, we're not gonna
No.
unearth like this hidden creator, but like you said, some of these bands are kind of fun because they make weird choices and stuff like that. I don't know. What were your thoughts on Asphyxia? Anything stand out with them? I mean, I didn't really take too many
I mean,
notes on it.
at first it's very very German. I love it's got a really horribly compressed guitar tone that sounds cool, like what
Yeah.
Metallica was doing on Injustice, but like even more gain on it.
Yeah, I
It's
think
just
production's a real issue for some of these
oh,
bands,
it
right?
is, but I kind of like how limited it is, and that
Yeah.
if they do, they probably just have engineers. There's no producers because otherwise they'd be like, why that riff does not go into this one, but somehow they make it work. And there's
Sure.
like a great like total Slayer chug breakdowny thing, a lot of like Sacred Reiki stuff. It's a lot of throw shit in the blender
Yeah. No,
mentality, but it's all stuff I like.
it's fun. Yeah, no, that's the fun part. I'm gonna have fun like going back and actually like listening to this in continuity because I can't find this. Most of the stuff's not on Spotify or whatever, so I couldn't really create like
No.
a playlist. So to like listen to it, required either pulling up YouTube or going into Dropbox and listen to it on kind of like my shitty computer speakers. I didn't really like try and figure out a way to Bluetooth it, so I didn't really hear it in like a good way all the time. You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? It was a pain in the ass. So it'd be nice to listen on like good headphones and be like, okay, some of these songs have like a little more weight to them than what I was able to sort of pull out. But yeah. So yeah, just a kind of fun band, one hit wonder, Asphyxia. Cool name,
Yeah.
kind of a connection with the Dutch scene later on with Asphyx, So but then we're gonna kind of go. So in the second set of music we're gonna kind of drop back a couple years into the 80s, at least for the next four songs. We're gonna go back a couple years to a band called Evil Sinner. And here's what Worship Metal had to say about Evil Sinner. The album is Evil Sinner. There you go. It says a frenzied thrash fest to rival the likes of Exhumer and Baloff era Exodus. Evil Sinner's debut is another unjustly ignored high point in Belgian thrash history. Opening with the call to arms of Thrashers, which we're going to hear. The scene is set for Evil Sinner to cave in your face with each well-aimed blow. These are pummeling anthems, rampaging through your system with dexterous efficiency and devastating effect, and there's barely a pause for breath before the whole thing comes to a crashing end. And then they talk about some of the other songs. Fate and the title track are high-speed killers, but Evil Sinner slowed down enough on the dynamic of the gang, which I think I did check out, to introduce a melodic languor, providing a break from the blast beat propelled thrash attack that surrounds it. As far as Belgian thrash is concerned, Evil Sinner's one and only release is an underground classic in every way.
Well, I mean, this is basically almost, kind of like Bonded by Blood, a call to arms.
That's it. Yeah, it's a sing-along.
But yeah, I mean, he's actually got at times early King Fowley vocals.
Yeah,
kind of going on, and the Rototom, the really terribly, recorded drums that we like so much from Sodom and some other bands. But there's a really heavy Cirith Ungol vibe.
Yes, I get the Cirith Ungol is going to come up in like a Dutch band later too, where like some of the off-putting vocals, but it like somehow works in a weird way. And these aren't off necessarily, but just like there's something always off about like Cirith Ungol, right? Like
Cirith Ungol and Manila Road have this very, I don't know, they never got huge because they always, I don't know, they're in like this weird little microcosm where they kind of just always did their own thing. I don't know what the circumstances are around the there's not a ton of other bands I think around the area of where are they at in California? It's kind of more like it seems like just a beach community.
Yeah.
So it would be more more like Fu Manchu than Cirith Ungol, like epic heavy metal happening.
Sure. Yeah, and one of the things that stood out to me too in Thrashers is there's like in the second half of the song, as you'll hear, there's all these like little fun kind of solos that lead to this awesome breakdown before the very final chorus. It's fun. It's a pretty competent song, and I mean, I would probably pick this up if I found it at a reasonable price. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, totally.
So it's a pretty good one. And then we go from Evil Sinner to the same. A year before, a really greatly named band called 69. I mean, that's part of it is like some of the names are just not, I don't know.
Well, they're when you hear the name, they don't sound like the name.
No, they don't. They don't.
They're surprisingly like harsh and
Yeah.
You know, almost like a little bit of like some creator vibes. And this is the first time I think we heard double bass on anything on the show so far.
Yeah, and it seems like if they had a better name, this would have like maybe, crossed over into some of the more extreme scene, or at least people that were kind of into like heavier thrash or like kind of proto death metal kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's like primitive in a really good way.
Yep. Yeah, name of the record was called Just for Fun. And here's 69 Just for Fun. And here's what Worship Metal had to say. It said a band who couldn't have given two shits about finesse. 69's hardcore thrash was a precursor to Belgian groove metal kings Channel Zero, but shared none of that band's penchant for polish and panache. Instead, Just for Fun was, as the title suggests, plain raucous fun. Smashing their way through 12 short and savage cuts, 69's amateur assault still manages to weave its way into your good book simply by virtue alone. These guys didn't give a fuck, and this attitude bleeds through every raw shout and every bulldozing riff. Far from essential, Just for Fun sneaks in primarily due to the timing of its release and its proximity to Channel Zero, but that's not to dismiss its antediluvian allure. So, yeah, for guys like us that kind of tend to be on the more extreme side, I found it to be pretty fun,
Yeah, when I saw the name, I was like, oh god, this is gonna suck.
I know.
And I was like, oh, this is actually surprisingly good.
I know. I thought the same thing when I saw this like write up, and I had to like start tracking these bands down to figure out like what actually to put in the show, because I didn't put everything in the top 10, that the Worship Metal thing did. I kind of tried to vet these bands a little bit to see what would we give a shit about. But
yeah.
It really goes for kind of like this hardcore fury over technicality, and it's obviously it's way more raw compared to what we heard with like Cyclone and some of those kind of bands.
And then Jeff Buckley would go on to do a cover of this song.
Oh yes, he would. Eternal Love, which was, to be fair, the heaviest song on Grace.
It's true.
The most like raucous kind of Led Zeppelin kind of in your face kind of MC5 kind of song there. I'm a big fan. So I was just rocking some Buckley. It was I think it was yesterday, the day before was the anniversary of Grace.
What, like a 30th anniversary?
30th? Yeah, 30th, because I was 93.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty wild. So yeah, 30 fucking years ago, dude. That's
crazy. Yeah, and then he died 30 years ago.
Yeah, I know. No shit. Wait, no, he died 25.
No, he died 97, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say probably almost 25 years ago or whatever. So
yeah, it's still incredible how long ago it was.
Yeah, and then Catatonia doing the cover.
Mm-hmm.
It was 98, I think, was Tonight's Decision. I think it was 98.
Yeah, because when did Sketches come out? Was that 97?
Yeah, they finally released that in 97. So then I think Tonight's Decision was 99, actually, if memory serves. I think it's the same year as Still Life from Opeth, because those are both peaceful.
Mm-hmm. That sounds right.
And it was like the Travis Smith covers kind of linked together, the blue and the red. So now we go to a pretty fun one. And actually, I think 69 is always a good lead up to to Black Shepherd. But yeah.
Sounds like your porn history or something.
I know something bad's going on here. But yeah, this album, and this is a record, man. If I could kind of track something down, this would be a fun one to get. So if anybody can get a hold of Immortal Aggression, I'd be pretty. I don't know. I'd be pretty happy. This is kind of a fun one, but
forever grateful.
Yes, forever grateful. It probably costs hundreds of dollars. In fact, I think it's pretty hard to find. But yeah, here's what Worship Metal had to say about Black Shepherd, and this has got I'm sure Mark's going to talk about the cover here in a moment. But a complete clattering cavalcade of brutal satanic thrash. Black Shepherd's Immortal Aggression may borderline on unlistenable at times, which is what we're here for. Mm-hmm. We like unlistenable. But its naive charms lay in its indefatigable. That's a word I do not see very often.
That might be made up.
I think it is. It's a portmanteau. I like it. Indefatigable allegiance to the Dark Lord. Ironically, Black Shepherd's bestial aggression aligns them with the barely controlled noise emanating from Brazil in the 80s, as opposed to sounds crawling out from Europe's thriving underground. Recalling the primitive splendor of early Sepultura, Volcano, Mutilator, etc., these fuckers were destined to thrash harder, faster, and with more diabolical intent than anyone else, and they delivered on that promise. Feral, haphazard, raucous, and completely unhinged. Black Shepherd were the sound of pure fucking evil made flesh. Yeah, I like that. It was good.
Yeah, I think definitely they nailed the. It does. I think they have more in common with the South American kind of like scene. As far as like even like I have a little thing in there about it almost like blurs out of control. Like it's going so fast that you can't even like make out what's what. It's just kind of noise at a
And that's
certain
kind of the
point.
unlistenable part. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's kind of like wow. Yeah,
but there's
it's
some yeah like possessed stuff happening on there that
lots of possess, especially on the title track, Immortal Aggression.
yeah.
I
This cover is I mean it's a fair attempt. This is like what I would do in high school or something. But
yeah,
it's you know you're not going to try to license anything from the Geiger estate
sure,
at
yeah,
that point.
yeah.
Just
But it seems like something like yeah, like a kid would draw in high school, but like it's pretty competent, you know.
it's not bad. I mean, there's way worse, you know, way worse covers out there. You know, Therion of Darkness is, you know,
Yes,
probably one of
yeah.
the worst. But
The drumming here is pretty interesting too, and it kind of reminded me in our first thrash series of that band Morbid Saint,
mhm.
where it almost feels like the drumming's like unhinged and is like kind of like punishing the kit and is like so almost off the rails that you feel like they're breaking the drums as they're playing, and that's kind of cool in an organic way, you know, before we get to like the late 90s click drums and then some of that to just have that sort of fury kind of coming out of
Oh,
that.
that yeah, and like nobody really knows how to record this stuff with any kind of
Mhm.
fidelity. Like how the first Brutal Truth record, Scott Lewis, some of those blasts would almost just kind of blur out of into nothing. And I think there's like a interesting there's probably like a good, I don't know, 5 to 10 year period that took them to really nail it down, but then it gets too formulaic. So this
Yeah.
was like Wild West of, recording extreme music. You can get really, really weird stuff and really bad, but also great stuff at the same time.
Well, and it's interesting too because you get like between like 84 and like 88, 89, you do get these thrash bands that are sort of starting to push the limits, with Scream Bloody Gore and Seven Churches and the stuff that's happening in Brazil and even like, Pleasure to Kill and
Hmm.
some of these things. I mean, we talked about early Sodom, you're really like pushing in and everybody's just trying shit and seeing what works and trying to like one up each other a little bit. And that's what this kind of seems like.
Yeah.
I mean, Make Love War, the second Black Shepherd song we'll hear. I mean, I hear a lot of that early Sodom unhinged thing that we kind of talked about, with, like Obsessed by Cruelty, where it's just
Hmm.
like, fuck, man, it's crazy. Or even Sarcophago, you hear a lot of that there too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, Lots of drum fury at the end, just like the title track. And I just said, not much polish here, just a monolithic cloud of chaos. I mean, it's like a fucking dust cloud from a cartoon,
Yeah.
thrash.
All the songs start out with like this starts out with some arpeggios and then it's just like Paul starting a lawnmower. you
Yeah.
know a couple false starts and then it just keeps going and then it goes till it runs out of gas.
And it's fun too, because I mean, honestly, like when I start to kind of put some of the stuff together, like you get to Cyclone and Asphyxia, and you're like, okay, this all sounds pretty like safe traditional thrash, and it was kind of fun to know that like stuff like 69 and Black Shepherd and Chemical Breath was sort of out there. These bands that were like pushing into like other territory, or had definitely a foot in the extreme to some extent, because I didn't know what to expect from any of this.
Yeah.
And it makes sense that every country would be like, that had a dedicated metal scene would obviously have people that were gravitating towards tradition and then people that were like on the fringes, like pushing on those edges a little bit. And it's just,
And also like younger like guys that had been in like a handful of cover bands and then there's like 15-year-old kids that just
yeah.
have this enthusiasm to do something crazy.
I'd be kind of curious to talk to like any of the like more established bands that were around in this era, or like even some of those early death metal bands, to know if bands like Black Shepherd, if like a tape was like making its way around and people are like, oh, okay, this is pretty cool, like proto death kind of stuff, or if like no one gave a shit about them. I have no idea. That's the problem. I don't have like any context for like whether or not anybody in neighboring countries cared about this or was exchanging or influenced.
Yeah, because it's kind of a pretty, for being that small of a country as far as we consider for heavy metal. Like what
Yeah.
other band comes out of Belgium?
Yeah, I know.
Like even like death metal didn't seem to really have a whole lot going on there.
I mean, the
But there was
biggest
all these fucking bands over this small little period of time.
Sure. I mean, musically, the biggest like musical act that I know that ever comes like from Belgium, so especially in this era, is Technotronic. I mean, they were a Belgian band,
Yeah.
like Pump Up the Jams, was like, kind of an oddball like Belgian hit that like it was big in America, but like again,
It's like when Ace of Base came around and blew
yeah,
Sweden up again.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, at least Sweden had like some history there with ABBA and then the
Sure.
Cardigans and some of that. But yeah, it's like almost like what was coming out of Belgium at this point. Belgium's such a weird country too. Like, having traveled around a lot of Europe, I've been at a train station, I think, in Brussels, but I never really I think Chris has dedicated like a week to Belgium before. I've heard Bruges is cool.
Mm-hmm.
It's a kind of a neat little town, but Belgium's pretty just like, it's like a more boring Germany. Is kind of how it's been sold to me. It's very nice. It's, there's pretty buildings and stuff, but like it doesn't have like the cultural history that like the Dutch have, or like the bigness and like diversity of like things that like Germany has, and so it's just kind of like sort of trapped in the middle and just kind of doing its thing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't want to offend any Belgian people out there because it's a perfectly nice country. I just didn't know what to expect when you get into this kind of metal scene.
Yeah, they're not really known for, which is funny because everything around them is known for heavy metal.
Yeah, I guess, but
except for France, but
yeah,
they don't really count.
Even France has some metal things, but I mean they have a thrash scene that we'll talk about later. But yeah, France is more known for other cultural things, not necessarily metal. But yeah, I guess through osmosis it bleeds across, especially in Western Europe in this era. But yeah. So we're going to get into Evil Sinner with Thrashers from the Evil Sinner record from 89. Then we'll go back a year to 88 for 69's Just for Fun, a tune called Eternal Life. Then we have a pair of tunes from Black Shepherd from the 1988 record Immortal Aggression. We've got Immortal Aggression, the title track, and then Make Love War. And then we'll end with something that's definitely on another extreme thrash act. We'll talk about Chemical Breath, who very much blur the line into death metal. We'll talk more about Fatal Exposure when we come back.
Progress. The disbelief is making me do it myself. never will. We don't belong, you think ignore. Cause it's deep inside your heart. Oh, you're making progress. Your disbelief is making me to invest higher. You're in charge of a human soul. You're letting out a spirit taking control.
That was the advantage of Disbelief, Chemical Breath. We had a pair of Black Shepherd tunes. We heard Make Love War. Before that, Immortal Aggression. Then we heard 69's Eternal Life. And we started off with Evil Sinners, Thrashers. So
69, dude.
yeah. You know what I think of though? Honestly, I think of Psalm 69. You know, just think of Jorgensen or the sample being like 69.
I think of Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure.
That's true. See, you know what's funny is it's kind of like some things are like universal, like they never go away with like teenagers and middle school age kids. And you'd think like, I don't know, they'd age out or like things would get more sophisticated. But like, I tell you what, 69 and farts are still like the funniest thing in the world for like that age group of kids.
Totally.
Like in middle school track that I coached last spring, like, I don't know, like we do like a game and you know, it's like, it was like a prize or whatever. So I was like, I'll pick a number and they're like 69 and like all these girls and they all think they're so clever. Like they're the first ones that I've ever, you know, they don't realize I've taught for fucking 20 years. So of course, you know, it's just like, okay.
Whenever that was, that became a thing, it's, you know, perpetuated everything, every teenage thing.
Exactly.
Yeah. Like every kid, if there's anything cylindrical around them, they're going to pick it up and make it look like a dick.
Yep. I don't know if that's the lizard part of our brain or if that's like you know, is that nature and nurture, right? Is that something we learn from observation or is it like innate that we just like see phallic things and just like laugh at them? Or I have no idea.
It's like Chaplin with farts, you know, like or universally somebody's going to laugh about a fart joke.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, like somebody farting. I was looking on Instagram and this thing popped up of some, like, it looks like a teenage girl at Lowe's farting into a huge piece of PVC. And I laughed my ass off.
Yeah. Was she like trying to like tuba it, like broadcast?
Yeah, it was like the sound was incredible. It sounded like, yeah, like a trombone.
It's funny. Yep. We were just talking about that yesterday because we were doing like abs and stretching with the middle school kids, and sure enough, like somebody farted when they were like stretching, and like everybody's just giggling, and I was just like, it never goes away. Like farts are funny in middle school, they're funny in high school, they're funny as adults. Like it's just, yeah.
That's true, especially in different contexts. You know, like a guy lifting heavy weights and all of a sudden farts.
Yep.
Funny.
Yep. There you go. So Belgian thrash and farts. It's what you came to Requiem for.
Yeah, we don't have any Belgian beers.
I know. Oh yeah. Well, let's see. Is Oberon a Belgian style beer? I don't think it is. Just a wheat beer. Damn.
Yeah.
I might have a Belgian beer somewhere. I should have busted one out.
That's probably the outside of, that's probably the biggest thing they're known for as far as exports.
Yeah, that's what I said. Beer, chocolate, and
Yeah.
the Western Front and World War I. You know, that's kind of what Belgian and banks. I think they're big banking stuff, like Brussels, like the financial center of Western Europe.
Oh, okay.
That and Switzerland are kind of known for banks. Maybe not banks, maybe more like almost like Wall Street investment finance kind of stuff. You know,
Financial hub.
Yeah, I think. I don't know. Don't quote me, but that's just what my innate. that's what I think. But we kind of ended on a heavy note there with Chemical Breath, the advantage of disbelief. And I just wrote great creator chug mixed with some kind of death human, sadist, early deicide riffs almost. And definitely like some influence or some sounds like that remind me of a Dutch band that I think we're going to be talking about a little bit later too, is in there as well.
Well, the first, like, I don't know, 3 seconds of the guitar tone sounds like Obituary.
Yeah.
Like that drop D heavily distorted into like this cynic death metal vibe. Very, I would say, borderline thrash. It sounds more death metal to me.
Oh, it's for sure. Yeah,
And
for
there's like a
sure.
little interlude with like some Tiamat kind of whispers and it's acoustic
Yeah.
guitar and a fucking ripping Chuck Schuldiner solo.
Yep. It's a lot of death human kind of stuff kind of going on there.
Yeah.
The reason I sort of discovered this is it somehow showed up in this Worship Metals top 10 old school kind of thrash albums. And he says, an unsung technical death thrash classic, Chemical Breath's astounding fatal exposure can be uttered in the same breath as Pestilence's consuming impulse and Death's human, and should be revered as a monumental achievement, regardless of geographical location. Precious few bands can match the intensity and skill of these awe-inspiring Belgians, and anyone with a penchant of labyrinthian song structures, baffling tempo shifts, and the pioneering spirit of early 90s death thrash will fall in love with Chemical Breath's exquisite debut. Admittedly, Fatal Exposure is a little more death than thrash, and squeezing it on this list may prove to be divisive, but any opportunity to wax lyrical about this astonishing piece of work should be grasped with both hands. After hearing it, you'll thank us for it. And I agree, like, is it thrash?
I'd say, yeah. Maybe I think it's more death metal.
But are we ever going to do a Belgian death metal episode? Probably not. So, worth
Depends on how long this thing keeps going.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah. Episode 850. But like it's kind of cool to expose a band that kind of toes the line. And again, this is 92, and by 92 that line was pretty fucking blurred.
Well, yeah, there's elements of gore guts and all kinds of shit happening. I think the name is great.
Yeah, Chemical Breath. It's great. Yeah.
It's kind of has some fun of the 80s still, but then that early death metal kind of we're naming was still kind of goofy.
Well, doesn't it sound like an album that came out on like a second or third tier Roadrunner record from like 91, 92? Which you mentioned Gore Guts, right? Like Erosion Sanity was like one of those albums where it wasn't like at the front lines of Roadrunner, but you're like, oh, what's this other Roadrunner release? Oh, cool.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it kind of reminds me of. It's got that kind of vibe to it. And it's interesting you mentioned Obituary too, because especially in the next song that we're going to kind of start the next set of music with, Arachnid, I get like, after you get this kind of doomy intro kind of going on before it moves into this like kind of tech death thrash territory. The leads, and it's the leads also an advantage to Disbelief. Where I'm hearing this, and this is maybe the connection between like a death and an obituary, is it's got a lot of James Murphy kind of feel.
Okay.
A lot of that James Murphy isms. I'm sure there's probably some
just a touch of Alan West.
Yeah, a touch of Alan West, but like those James Murphy leads that you get on Cause of Death, and obviously the stuff he did on Spiritual Healing and stuff, and he's a pretty formative guitar player that I think Murphy probably towed that line between thrash and death, right? Like he came out of the thrash scene, but he was certainly not afraid of death metal, but he always kind of like almost like Chuck, always kind of kept a foot in the melodic realm. He didn't overgo like full death metal. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's cool. And that's kind of what I think this band maybe fits into, that like little niche there. Pestilence did that. Certainly Consuming Impulse and Testimony. Both those records have a lot of thrash, even though they're death metal records in them, so it's kind of interesting. I don't know. This would be a fun one. I definitely wouldn't hate discovering like this on full length, and having like a copy of it. I just don't know. Again, if any of you have access to this shit, I know we have some European patrons. If you guys know people that have this shit laying around, want to get rid of it,
we'll pay for it.
Yeah, absolutely, for sure. And so Chemical Breath, kind of like Black Shepherd and 69 are these bands that are on the definitely the heavier sort of end of the Belgian thrash scene, and definitely, have more than just one foot dipped into the death metal kind of realm for sure. Yeah, like I even wrote that. I'd love to track down an affordable copy of Fatal Exposure. It seems like a fun record, but I guess for our final Belgian focus before we sort of transfer across the border up into the Netherlands there, we'll end with the incredible Target. And they have these sort of two technical thrash classics, Mission Executed and Master Project Genesis, 1987, 1988. I think after that, I think I was reading and kind of playing around. I think they have records after that, maybe, but they maybe go more the power metal route a little or something.
There's a handful of those bands that we're gonna hear coming up too that have. There's like one toe in the power metal, at least the German power metal kind of vibe.
Sure, and the German speed metal, and,
Mm-hmm.
there's such a blurred line between thrash, speed, and early power metal, right? Like,
Yeah.
like even when we did that that power metal episode where we tortured you with power metal, like, old Angel Dust and old Jag Panzer, like from the early 80s, was like pretty fucking thrashy and heavy, and I mean, it wasn't
Yeah.
like old Running Wild records and that kind of stuff, even old Blind Guardian, like old Halloween,
Mm-hmm.
it's all, I don't know, it's not so like when you think of power metal in the 90s, it's very much segmented at that point. It's its own thing.
Rhapsody is with
Yeah.
the
Yep.
Nemesis.
Yep. That kind of stuff. But I actually discovered Target. I think I was telling you before. I can't remember if we discussed it in the first talk set or it was before we even hit record. But I think Chris did like a Decibel top 5 underrated tech thrash kind of like little feature. It was probably not even a full page, but kind of like a sidebar thing for something.
Oh, on the Deciblog or something?
I don't even know if it was Decibel. I think it was just like a half page at the end of an article that they were maybe doing. And I'd have to ask Chris, because Chris would probably be like, "Oh yeah, I remember doing that for blah blah blah."
Yeah, he's
And
got
Target's
a
on there, and I
photographic
tracked
memory.
down. Yeah, exactly. He probably remember if he did them, but um, I tracked down Target, and I tracked down a Japanese band that when we do the Japanese thrash episode called Doom, I think Complicated Mind is the name of the record, not the British kind of grind Doom, but
Crust band.
Crust, yeah.
I actually have a Doom on my my beer right now. I have a Doom koozie.
You have oh, nice. Yeah, I think I've seen that.
Maryland Death Fest.
Yeah, I remember. That's so funny. If I used koozies, I'd buy them more of those kind of things. But yeah, that's where I kind of first discovered this. So I've actually had Mission Executed for a few years because Hell's Headbangers had just like done like a re-release of it for whatever reason. I managed to track it down, but they burned pretty brightly from 86 to 90 with a kind of pair of kind of classics, and then that was pretty much it for them. Here's what Worship Metal had to say, and then actually this will be kind of cool because there's actually a Dutch connection that I'll get into here in a moment. Utterly obscure, yet teeming with raw talent, Target's debut album, Mission Executed, was a technical blast of feral thrash that in 1987 was way ahead of the pack in terms of ideas and execution. Drawn on the likes of Artillery, Mekong Delta, and Living Death for inspiration, a welcome dose of intensity backed Target's technical verve as these Belgians went about destroying eardrums over 8 tracks of nerve-shredding thrash. Although Mission Executed lacked anything approaching filler, it was actually the opening 1-2 of Mission to the Andes and Hordes of Insanity that hit the hardest, a double whammy of fiendish grooves and whip-crack time changes that marked Target out as potential world beaters. Make no mistake, Mission Executed was Euro thrash at its absolute finest, and to deliver an album of this quality and remain so unrecognized is a crime that deserves to be tried in The Hague. Ugh. I don't know. That's a step too far with the metaphor there, but I get what they're kind of trying to do there. So this is kind of interesting because I got this book, all right, and I think you have it too. You said it's in a box.
Yeah, I haven't unpacked any of my music books. The Streams of Ancient Wisdom.
Streams of Ancient Wisdom. It's written by Stephen Williams. It's a history of Dutch death and extreme metal. And as I was doing research for the second half of this episode, I managed to sort of come across something that I kind of found sort of interesting. And that's that Lex Vogelaar was actually Dutch, and he was in Target. And so they actually interviewed him because he'll go on and be an orphanage.
Okay.
Yeah. So he, like, after Target breaks up, that's where he sort of goes, which is pretty interesting. And they actually kind of interview him a bit. And I got to find this little excerpt where he kind of talks about, he was a guitar player in Target that we're going to hear. And let's see, let me find the spot here. They said, oh, okay. So they ask him a question. They say, you joined Target 3 weeks before the recording of the debut album Mission Executed. Were you still able to put your own mark on the material of that record? And he said, yeah, the riffs were already written for the main part. However, I still put a mark on the opening track, Mission to the Andes, because that was the last one that we wrote before the recordings of the album. I co-wrote that song with the others. I also had the time to write the solo guitar part for that. Still very proud of it. I also sort of influenced the guitar sound in the studio. Nobody really knew how they should record our sound, and I was a bit stubborn. I still am. Together with Frankie, the other guitar player, I think, we were looking at how we wanted to sound. I thought his sound was too shrill, and he thought my guitar sound was too muffled, so we had to find a sort of compromise. And he says they asked him the question, you were the only Dutchman in an otherwise Belgian band. Was that strange? He said, no. He says, where I grew up, I can't even pronounce it. He says, that's almost Belgium. The accent over there sounds like a Belgian accent. And then they ask him about Mission Execute, his thoughts. He says, were they happy? He says, yeah, I'm proud and very happy with the record. I learned a lot back then in a very short time. And that was exactly what I had hoped for. I must say that Frankie Van Aard, the rhythm guitarist, was an incredibly talented musician. I learned a lot from Frankie. He was a very skilled rhythm guitarist. Target was a professional band. They were very organized, and I was happy with them. Let me skip there to ask about the artwork a little bit. They said, okay, here. They said Target also seemed to have a very good relationship with their label, ARG Records.
Good for some pirate metal.
Yeah, I guess because Johan Susant, the bass player, also helped out Holy Moses for a handful of planned gigs together with DRI. So
okay,
interesting. Yeah, it says ARG Records was a rather experienced label. They had already worked together with several metal bands. Oh yeah, the guy that ran ARG Records was Ralph Hubert, who I believe was in Mekong Delta, I think, which is kind of like a tech thrash band from Germany.
Okay.
So he like owned the record label. But yeah, it says Ralph Hubert, our producer and the owner of the label, was also very experienced. That was definitely an advantage. I was still very young, and I think I just turned 18 when I joined Target. And so I got to learn a lot. At that time, this sort of technical thrash metal was really on the rise. Ralph also picked us out because he thought that as a band, we had the potential to go more in that direction. And so he pushed us a little to go more in that direction. He let us hear bands like Mekong Delta, Sieges even, and Watchtower. And we picked that up, and we thought that was interesting. And so the second album, Master Project Genesis, became a much more technical album. We got great reviews when the record came out, even better reviews than our debut album. However, you just noticed during gigs that our audience really preferred our old and more straightforward kind of stuff. So, yeah, and then they kind of
happens.
That sort of fading away a little bit there. So, but yeah, I thought it was kind of interesting connection that there was kind of a Dutch Belgian connection that I didn't know about when we sort of put this together. But yeah, spot on with the references. I'd also say, like, I don't know how familiar you are with Death Row, another sort of German kind of tech thrash band.
I've heard a little bit. I was getting a lot of Overkill vibes.
Yeah, there's definitely some of that for
especially
sure.
Vocally, but
vocally, yeah, I wrote like literally with Mission to Andes. I said Bobby Blitz vibes on vocals. Yeah, that was the first thing I wrote.
But the leads and the little, there's a twin lead little thing at the end that kind of comes out of nowhere. That's total like Maiden.
Yeah,
it's like a bass break, and there's actually a Maiden ending. That riff is a total Maiden riff.
Yeah, they're kind of a weird band in that, like, even though they're tech, they still have like a lot of warmth to them and a lot of catchiness to them, and that's cool. I think that's actually pretty awesome. Like on a song like Hordes of Insanity, let me start Mission to Andes. It's got a kind of a cool mix of, like you said, Overkill. I also think there's like a lot of creator kind of crunch in there too.
Yeah, production wise.
Yep. And then when you get to Hordes of Insanity, I love the way he sings the chorus. That's got like the Hordes of Insanity, does this weird, like, and then there's like chants that sort of follow and cool noisy solos, which I kind of dig when like a tech band that could be sort of like almost, one of the things that you get sometimes with like technical thrash, right, is like it can kind of be like hollow. It doesn't have like a lot of catchiness, or it's almost like masturbatory sometimes,
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem I like with Dream Theater or something that's, you could almost call them that.
Sure. I like when they can actually have like a noisy solo that's still impressively technical. It's like they can like still bring in like chaotic or disparate kind of things that sort of like muddy the water, but yet like there's still like cool musicality like in the chaos. I think that's a cool vibe. And the last 90 seconds of Hordes of Insanity, I just wrote the musicality of that last 90 seconds is fucking awesome. These are, I mean, I only own Mission Executed, so I hadn't really spent much time with Master Project Genesis, but probably between the two records, I probably prefer Mission Executed for me. Because, Master Project Genesis is a year later, it gets even more kind of tech and proggy, I guess.
Yeah.
And that's okay. I'm not saying that's bad. I think it has its place, but definitely, hang on, I was going to share something. What were your thoughts on some of these tunes?
I think this is another one of those instances where it seems very American sounding to me.
Mm-hmm.
Almost borderline on like you know how like how Queensryche or shit, what the hell's that other band that had World Dane in it?
Oh, Sanctuary, and
Saints
then
like this weird kind of I don't like this a proggy thing that sometimes goes to like I think as it gets refined, I'm less interested in it. I like
yeah.
when they're really kind of stretching a little bit earlier on. It's goofy sounding, but
They brought in another vocalist on Master Project Genesis, and that's one of the things I think I liked.
that's what I was. Yeah, that's I think the other band we're talking about might have not been a different
Yeah,
vocalist. This is
I
the one.
like I like the guy on Mission Executed way better, and they actually ask him in the Streams of Ancient Wisdom. They said on the second Target album, you brought in another vocalist, Steve Gray from a band called Iron Gray, I guess.
Okay.
And he basically says, yeah, at a certain moment, we just had to say goodbye to Guy, who I think was saying on Mission Executed.
Hmm.
Musically, we were going into a direction that he didn't feel really comfortable with. There was also a bit of friction in the band internally. The way Steve came into the picture, I wasn't really involved in that. I think I saw Steve for the first time when he came over for an audition, and it became very clear right from the start that Steve was a real singer. I wouldn't necessarily say that he was a better than Guy, because Guy was a really great thrash metal vocalist. I still love those kind of vocals. My absolute favorite singer in the thrash metal genre is Steve Zetro Souza from Legacy and Exodus.
Hmm.
With Steve Gray, we suddenly had a lot of new possibilities. The melodies became much more important. And so the guitar parts also had to follow. That became the main challenge when we were writing the material for Master Project Genesis. And they sort of ask him about the recording process, and they kind of say it's a much more difficult album, rather technical and progressive. And he says, yeah, I totally agree. As I said before, our label sort of influenced us a little bit and all that. They didn't really force us in any way, but we were just very impressed by Mekong Delta and all these progressive and tech bands. And so we just started to write material that went much more in that direction. We recorded 2 demos between the first and second album just to check out the new material. And Ralph, the guy from Mekong Delta, the producer and label owner, he thought it was brilliant and he was incredibly enthusiastic. That also motivated us to go in that direction. Our bass player, Johan Susant, wrote most of the material on Master Project Genesis. I wouldn't say that he wrote everything because Frankie was also very much involved in the songwriting, but the title track and the closing track were written by me. We all worked together. Yeah, they're just kind of talking about that sort of stuff. And he says, yeah, Master Project Genesis fits well with the zeitgeist of the time. As I said, many thrash metal bands had these kind of dystopian subjects, the pollution of the planet, fear of nuclear bombs, chemical warfare. The main thought behind it all was, quote, if we continue like this, things will not end very well. We got the idea to make a concept album through the Queensryche album Operation Mindcrime.
Ah,
Steve especially was very impressed by that album. So yeah, so they just kind of
okay.
talked a little bit about that. And then
Yeah, Coming
and
of Chaos has some definite like the opener is kind of like Meshuggah with some Slayer bits
yeah,
thrown in. Like there's Nocturnus things happening, some Dave Mustaine vocal cues.
yeah.
Um,
That's a push pull stop start kind of stuff. The rhythm section is
yeah,
pretty incredible. You can tell the bass player wrote this album, right? Because it's very
yeah,
rhythmic stuff,
exactly.
you know.
Well, and there's even some of those like where one channel drops out and the other one comes back, then they come back in together. Just like little production things that are always fun.
Yeah.
And I put like the singer might be a little more proficient or like professional in the traditional sense, but he's lacking, I think, some of the guy's charm.
Yeah, you probably haven't spent much time with them, but I kind of like discovered them a little in the countdown. But Mekong Delta, their vocalist is this guy named Wolfgang Borgman, and that
Hmm.
kind of reminds me of this guy. You know, they're kind
Okay.
of like similar. Um, but yeah, I mean, the guitar duo is pretty awesome. Frankie and Lex,
Yeah.
they everybody's like top notch musicians, and that's what I think stands out about Target. They definitely, you know, are amongst the best if you're looking at like who are the most skilled musicians of the Belgian scene. You know, I'd probably put Target up there pretty high. You know, especially when you get to like Digital Regency, the sort of last song we're gonna hear from them. You know, I mean, you could tell that they were fans of like Watchtower and even Voivod to some extent, you know.
And there's almost like a King Diamond, like, asking yourself questions and responding in another voice parts of
Yeah. Yeah, there's
the
like weird
vocals.
vocal overdubs and stuff in the last part of the song.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's interesting. It'd be kind of curious where they would have gone from here if they would have like doubled down on the technicality and kind of gone like, you know, more like Dream Theater kind of route, or, you know, who knows. But I think like if you're looking at like who are like the heavy hitters of the scene, I think it's probably Cyclone and Target, you know.
Yeah.
as like the sort of like tent poles of the Belgian thrash. Not necessarily saying that they're my favorites. I mean, I really like the charm of like a Black Shepherd or whatever, but
Oh, sure, sure. And some of these
yeah,
bands only remain in that kind of sweet spot where they're interesting for one or two albums. Then, I think it's really
yeah,
difficult to have a long career where you stay interesting.
sure. Yeah, so I guess before we kind of go to the set of music, and then when we come back, we're gonna jump in full scale into the Dutch scene. Any kind of closing thoughts or connective tissues or anything that stood out to you about the Belgian scene, or favorites, or things that you kind of enjoyed, or you kind of had insight in? I don't know.
Well,
So I kind of threw
surprisingly,
all this at you.
69 is a standout.
Yeah,
I think Black
yeah,
Shepherd, that Asphyxia, I think is
yeah,
great.
yeah,
A lot of just like it's just like we talked earlier. It's kind of like a good mixtape
yeah.
of all these kind of similar but wildly different bands.
Mhm.
And the Belgian scene has that weird Americanness that the German scene does not have,
Yeah,
or even like the Dutch scene seems to have more of its own identity
I agree.
in general. But yeah, they're it's just kind of like a very international sounding group of bands.
For sure. For sure. Yeah. So well said. Yeah. I mean, I don't have much more to add. I just think it's like, yeah, there's this intense variety that you get. And when we eventually talk about the Japan scene, that was what I discovered about Japan. Japan and Belgium are pretty similar.
Hmm.
They're not really tethered by like geography or like expectations. So they just do whatever the fuck they want. They
Yeah.
almost like lack an identity, and that makes it like almost kind of like interesting, in a different kind of way. So, but yeah, as we kind of wrap things up here, we got another tune that we're going to kickstart with from Chemical Breath, who kind of toe that line into the kind of the death metal territory. The tune called Arachnid from that Fatal Exposure record from '92. Then we have a pair of Target songs from their debut Mission Executed in '87, Mission to Andes and Hordes of Insanity. And then a pair of tunes from their second record, Master Project Genesis, The Coming of Chaos and Digital Regency.
What
Digital Regency, Coming of Chaos, Hordes of Insanity, and Mission to the Andes from Target, from their 2 records, Mission Executed and Master Project Genesis. And then we started things off with Chemical Breath's Arachnid from their Fatal Exposure record from 1992. And Mark, we are now moving on to the Dutch scene, away from Belgium, next door to their neighbors in the Netherlands there. And I thought I'd start off with something. It's actually in the foreword in Streams of Ancient Wisdom, this book by Stephen Williams. And the foreword is actually written by a guy that we've hung out with a couple times before. And that is Martin Van Drunen from Asphyxia and Pestilence. Yeah. And it's just the opening kind of 4 paragraphs, I thought, from his little foreword to sort of set the scene of what's kind of going on in the Netherlands a bit. And again, this book is mostly about Dutch death and extreme metal, and we're more focused on thrash. But there's certainly bands that we'll be touching on that kind of toe the line there. And he says, to simply define death metal from the Netherlands is not as easy as it may seem. Certain is that Thanatos were the first to put some death metal influences in their music. Pestilence and Asphyx were the bands paving the way in the genre for all to follow with their internationally influential albums Consuming Impulse and The Rack. Still, this does not give us an answer on how to exactly formulate the definition of Dutch death metal. Okay, it was faster and more lower tuned, thus sounding more dark than regular metal, and mainly influenced by bands like Venom, Hellhammer, Slayer, Possessed, Slaughter, Mantis/Death, Master, Massacre, Voivod, and Necrophagia. So the vocals were lower, more grunting alike, which can be excellently heard on the Spooky Gloom by Septerminal Death Rain. Like Asphyx, this band put more doom into their music, more like Black Sabbath, Trouble, or Witchfinder General. Where Thanatos were a death thrash band, Pestilence turned from thrash to death metal. Asphyx and Septerminal Death Rain played death doom. And so the Dutch scene was creating their own style with various different influences. Willfulness may be a key word. Later on, Gorefest, God Dethrone, Delirium, Deadhead, Usurper, and Dead End kept on evolving that process. No Dutch band sounded like the other. Every band was always trying to find and maintain originality instead of blindly copying what came from abroad. One can put on American or Swedish death metal, and one will immediately recognize where it comes from. With the Dutch, that is not the case. Bands like Pestilence, Asphyx, Gorefest, and God Dethrone are somehow the core Dutch death metal bands that had a lot of success outside their own country. Soon, bands like Pentangle, Sinister, Howitzer, and Altar followed. This wave of Dutch death didn't come from out of nowhere. The Netherlands always had a strong fan base of heavy metal fans. One can say that Metallica's or Slayer's conquest started here. Before them, bands like Iron Maiden, Saxon, Satan, Jaguar, or Holocaust filled the clubs or larger venues in which they were allowed to play. With bands like Pitcher, Bodine, Vandale, Highway Child, and Frankenstein, the Dutch metalheads proudly supported their own national representatives. A little later, extreme speed metal acts like Misto Disto, Mandator, Skullcrusher, or Vulture finally opened the gates to Dutch thrash and eventually death metal. So, when you go back to like the Dutch, I guess, scene, the first like Dutch band I kind of know about is Golden Earring, and they,
which you never in a million years would have thought is a Dutch band. They sound so American.
Yeah. I mean, they have some weird like progressive tendencies if you go back to some of their non-hits. I know Mike from New Moon, Mike Johnston, kind of turned me on to some of their stuff at a couple points, and I actually bought a couple of their 70s records.
Yeah, Scott Carlson from Repulsion turned me on to a couple as well. So I've got some of those 70s records as well. Yeah,
so I think like, they were doing some interesting stuff. And then really when you get into the 80s, and we're not really playing any of this stuff like we did with the Belgian scene, because I think the well runs a little deeper with the Dutch thing, so we don't have to, play as much of the old stuff. Yeah. But, there's a band called Pitcher, and I think I have their record upstairs. I definitely used them in the Countdown to Heavy Metal, and they were like one of the first big, almost kind of a Nawabum kind of speed metal band. And then obviously we played them in our 1982 episode. I think Chris maybe talked about them, is Vandenberg. Burning Heart, obviously the
hit,
great, the hit, if you will, and then what you get with kind of the Dutch thing is obviously, those bands are kind of floating around and stuff. And then really foundational things kind of start to happen. Really two things. One is there's a magazine that's floating around called Aardschok magazine that eventually kind of links up with Metal Hammer out of Germany, and they kind of combine forces a little bit, and they start to get obviously a bigger circulation. And so now you can kind of start to expose more people in Europe to what's kind of going on in the Dutch scene. And then you kind of start to see the start of like, festivals, Dynamo, Eindhoven, things like that. So suddenly like, there's like a base kind of there for like the Dutch stuff to kind of happen. And then Roadrunner Records forms out of the Netherlands in 1980. And so now you have like kind of a label that can kind of, bankroll some of this, or at least expose some of these bands to some extent. And so, I think that's kind of like an interesting like origin point to where, kind of some of this stuff sort of starts. When were you ever aware of the Dutch thing? Was it just probably Pestilence first for you, or
Pestilence, Asphyx, Gorefest was big.
Yeah.
I saw Gorefest. Jesus, who did they play with now? I'm trying to think. I mean, they came through Detroit in the early 90s. And they hit really big with kind of like all of our kind of like skate group guys that liked thrash and got into like later on in the death metal. Everybody was like that False record was fucking huge.
Yeah.
And then what the hell is, I want to say Operation Mindcrime, but the one before that, do you remember what that was called?
Oh shit, I have it upstairs.
It's got this weird, almost like I'm trying to think what the cover is. Just looks like some kind of weird organic machine. Operation Mind something, I think.
Yeah, I'm looking in the book to find the chapter on Gorefest to see if I can find it.
But I think that Asphyx was the big one though. That, I mean, I think we realized Pestilence was from there, but I think Asphyx showed that you could. The sound was just like, it just like tore everything else down. It was like raw, doomy, because we were, big into the Peaceful Doom stuff.
Yeah.
And then Asphyx came along. It was just so fucking extreme, and like the recording sounded like it was unhinged. So I think that's kind of where we first kind of, my memory at least, of really kind of connecting, like, wow, this area is awesome.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, to me, there is kind of a slight definable, like kind of Dutch sound. I can definitely see a through line between like, Pestilence and Hail of Bullets and, Asphyx and some of that stuff. But,
everything seems a little, I think like the forward from Van Drunen was right on, where there's something a little more, everything was being pushed a little more. Everybody's trying to be different, but it also, there was like kind of a heaviness as far as tone was concerned. Like everything seemed like a big deal.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
More epic sounding. I don't know.
Yeah, especially the stuff like Asphyx was doing with just like that, the slower songs, kind of.
Like on the last one on Earth, and the MS Bismarck and the Crusher, and a lot of that stuff, especially Crush the Cenotaph EP.
Yeah.
I remember when we heard that, I was like, holy shit. The cover was so fucking cool. Everything about it. And that was the early days of Century Media as well, where they were almost like the 4AD of death metal back then. It's weird.
Yeah. Which is weird because like, Albert didn't really get into like the old Century Media stuff, but like it seems like, you and Chris and you guys turned me on to it. And it's almost like everything that came out in those like first few years of Century Media has this like, I don't know, mystical energy to it,
Yeah, Grave and Tiamat and Morgoth and Unleashed. Like it was crazy how good everything was. It was like the first handful of years with Earache, where everything they put out, it was just like, oh, it's on Earache, cool, let's get it. It's going to be great.
Well, one of the things that Van Drunen mentioned as kind of being the forerunners to where things really start to accelerate is with this band Misto Disto that eventually also becomes called Mandator. And that's kind of where I think the story that we're kind of loosely telling, I wouldn't say that this is like a clear narrative, but at least, from the standpoint of thrash or whatever, that's where you got to kind of start. And they do a chapter on them in the book. And I want to read the first two paragraphs that are kind of the intro to Misto Disto a little bit and kind of set the scene a bit.
I'm gonna have to pull this book out now. I have to find that box because I'm really interested to pull this shit out.
It's there's a lot. There's more than is necessary, but that's kind of cool, like.
But all these books, like scene books, you can kind of just hunt and pick when you need it.
Pick. Exactly.
Yeah.
So it says in 1986 there were no real death metal bands in the Netherlands yet. The line between speed metal, thrash, crossover, and the very first Dutch death metal bands was also not very clear either. A lot of Dutch bands that would decisively go in the death metal direction in the years to come and as will be discussed in the following chapters in this book, have often indicated that Scream Bloody Gore, the infamous debut album of Death, set them on their way. However, in early 1986, the international death metal scene still had to wait for almost another year and a half before that album was released. With Misto Disto and Speedica, a band we're not playing, but if you're interested, there were two Dutch bands active at the beginning of 1986, which strictly speaking do not belong to the death metal category, but certainly deserve attention. Debut album by Misto Disto, The Rules Have Been Disturbed, is a record that was certainly unusual back then. For Dutch standards, it was very fast and aggressive sounding speed thrash metal, which musically can be compared to a band like Destruction and still sounds unusually heavy nowadays, if you keep in mind what else was released in the Netherlands at the time. And then they go to, let's see. They go here and they start to talk about this record. They actually interview a guy by the name of Marcel Verdeman, and he was in Misto Disto, Mandator. He's actually an Orphanage and an Altar. So
okay, that's the guy I'm thinking of, I think.
Yep, he's the guy. And they kind of get his origin of like stuff a little bit. Misto Disto was founded in '84. They were originally a blues rock band, and then they kind of started sort of drifting into some kind of different areas a little bit. And then they finally get to the Rules Have Been Disturbed, and they ask them this question. They said the music on The Rules Have Been Disturbed can be described as very raw and fast speed thrash metal that often goes in the direction of Agent Steel and Halloween at the time of their mini album in Walls of Jericho. They ask him if he agrees with that sentiment. He says, I don't know. I think all of us in the band like bands like Agent Steel and Halloween because our singer, Peter Measuring's high-pitched vocals. We were compared to those bands sometimes, but they were certainly not an example. It's not as if we consciously tried to write songs that went in that direction. I personally think Misto Disto is more comparable to a band like Destruction. Peter's way of singing sometimes reminded me a bit of their frontman, Schmear. The music Destruction made also suited me better. And so, yeah, kind of an interesting sort of starting point, I guess. And that's really the only thing that they ever really do is this Rules Have Been Disturbed before they, and I'll tell the story of how they kind of become kind of Mandator a bit. But they took their name from a guitar pedal. That's where Misto Disto comes from. And they actually have a picture of the guitar pedal in the book. It's a distortion pedal, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. So, and they had some kind of oddly named demos and stuff like No AIDS in Hell, which is probably not in hindsight.
But it's people, it's their kids trying to
they're trying to
push taste and shock.
Sure.
Exactly.
In '86, like people didn't really understand AIDS at all or whatever. There's a lot of like, I don't know, playground legend and stuff like that kind of going on. But they were signed by the Disaster label, which was also the home to Exhumer, a pretty awesome German thrash band that we'll probably do when we kind of look into like second wave or like not the big four thrash bands in Germany, but like the other German thrash stuff. And then Angel Dust was actually on that record too, on that label.
Okay.
And, when they signed to Disaster, that's the label kind of talked to them about doing a name change. So that's what they ended up changing their name to Mandator. And then that's when Mandator released their debut called Initial Velocity 2 years later in 1988, with some actually re-recorded kind of Misto tunes and stuff like that.
Interesting.
And so Misto Disto and Mandator are kind of two of the sort of big ones. And I would say the other really big band that is kind of pretty formative in all this is a band called Inferno. Let me find them in the book here. Let's see here. And let me tell you a little bit about Inferno, because Inferno is going to quickly become the Silence band, is basically kind of where it kind of comes to.
Spelled very weirdly.
Yes, spelled very neat. It says, quoted by multiple groups in this book as one of the most underrated Dutch metal bands of the mid-'80s, Sassenheim-based thrash metal band Inferno existed for 3 years before changing their name to Silence with an X. The recommendations are not surprising because this band really had their affairs in order right from the very beginning. The demo Terror Strike in '86 shows a furious thrash metal band that could easily compete with the bigger names of the day. But it is the Silence demo, Infernal Ending, in 1987 that arguably impresses the most. It is perfect sounding, enthusiastically played, and well-produced thrash metal that even in the year 2021, which is when this book came out, doesn't sound outdated at all. Silence unfortunately fell apart before an album was ever made, but an excellent and highly recommended alternative is the compilation called Search for Distant Lights, which was released on CD in 2003 and contains all the material the band ever recorded. So kind of interesting. And I want to tell you a little bit about them because they actually interview this guy named Hans Bizo. Oh, they actually interview all the members of the band. So Hans, two guys named Hans, a guy named Robert, and then a guy named Arno, and they're both in Inferno and in Silence. And they kind of really helped to set, I think, the context of this whole sort of scene, and kind of what they were all listening to and what was like influencing this stuff. So the interviewer, the Stephen Williams, he asked them, he says, an extreme sounding Dutch thrash metal band like Inferno was very unusual at the time. You do hear influences from bands like Dark Angel and Slayer, but you quickly had your own sound. And one of the Hans says, yeah, Metallica, Slayer, and Exodus were simply the bands for me at the time. Dave Lombardo was my absolute hero. And then Robert says, Dutch metal bands never had a really good drummer and a good singer in those days. We did, and the Dutch audience wasn't used to that. Many thought we sounded very American. Not only did we listen to bands like Slayer, Dark Angel, Exodus, and Sacrifice, but also to more melodic metal like Sacred Blade, Hellstar, and Leatherwolf. You can probably hear that indirectly in our songs as well. And then they kind of tell the story too. Let me flip, sorry. I've got all these notes where I'm kind of going around. One of the things that actually kind of got them sort of big is it says, is it correct that Mike Torrio of Possess wears an Inferno shirt on the inner sleeve of the Eyes of Horror mini album? He says, yeah, that's right. Since we made a magazine, quite a lot of doors open for us. You could have a laugh with us and we were real. A lot of bands like that. We were musicians ourselves and that helped too. I often gave Inferno shirts and stickers to bands. And then occasionally asked if they wanted to put the shirt on as well, of course. That's how that Inferno shirt ended up with Mike Torrio. David Austin from Nasty Savage also wore one of our shirts during a show and was photographed wearing it, as well as Snake, the frontman of Voivod. On the guitar of Millie from Creator, there's also a sticker of Inferno for a long time and stuff. So kind of interesting how like the groundswell of stuff sort of, grew from there. And then,
I mean, I still utilize that technique, and I send people T-shirts.
Yeah,
like free T-shirts with my illustration thing. I had this painter friend of mine from Detroit follows this guy on Instagram. That's this Italian painter. That's very kind of classical in approach, but like very really dark subject matter. And Jeremy Wagner from Broken Hope is wearing my shirt, and he tagged this friend of mine tagged me and that other guy in the painter's photo because they were in front of one of his paintings.
Yeah.
So it's just funny to get, like I throw these out all the time to people that, like wear them, man. That's that kind of like, I still have that vibe of like looking at what is everybody in Entombed wearing in T-shirts, what's Bolt Thrower wearing in T-shirts. Like that's still like subconsciously, I think, in the back of my mind as
Sure.
like a great marketing.
Well,
like, it's almost like immediate validation that, well, if this band's awesome, if they're wearing this, then that must be cool too.
Well, and we might as well tell the Patreons this because we've talked about, and I know like life shit kind of happened with moving and having a kid and all the stuff that's kind of gone with you, but trying to design a new Requiem shirt and mailing it out to a lot of the people that we've done interviews with too, to like see, because I'm sure like Max would wear one and to get some of these guys like maybe repping some Requiem stuff and kind of getting that kind of going, and then having those shirts like a new design for sale for certainly for our patrons and then for the general public and stuff. So
yeah, absolutely.
That's once Marks gets settled and stuff, when he has free time, which is rare these days. I'm in the same boat, that could be something to kind of think about. So
well, everything's starting to finally, like, things are coming together. But yeah, you know how it is, like when it's been a while since you moved, but like when you move, like how long it takes, especially when you're working and trying to like make the home livable. Like not having your shit out sucks. Like I don't have any of my records at bay. Like I just have my computer and a couple random binders of stuff I need for work, and everything else has kind of been boxes. So over the next couple months, I'll be able to reunite with all my treasures.
All your treasures, yeah. They sort of Inferno, the guys from Inferno kind of tell a story about playing some of their first shows together. They said one of our first shows was a support act for Sodom in 1987, a show that I'll also never forget. And then Hans de Vroeg, he says, Sodom were very badly and behaved and really antisocial. They literally ate just about everything the catering had provided. And so there were hardly anything left for us to eat. So there you go. So Sodom are bad at catering. And then the story was,
Tom Angel Ripper was also ripping
I
up
know,
all the.
he was, man. He was putting some pounds on back in '87. And then Stephen Williams points out, he says that in '87 you had to change your band name to Silence with an X because there was already a German punk band named Inferno. They claimed that they had the rights to the name. On the website Metal Archives, there are no less than 17 bands registered under their names. So a change of name might not have been necessary. He says, yeah, they could have been possible, but they said on the safe side, we changed our name, blah, blah, blah. So that's where they sort of switch over to that. And then they record the Infernal Silence. I'm trying to get the story here. I'm skipping over some of the unnecessary parts here. And then here we go. So so now they're Silence. So they move from Inferno to Silence, and we're gonna hear a Silence song along with some Misto, Disto, and Mandator here pretty quick. But the interviewer Stephen Williams he says Stefan from Thanatos, Patrick from Usurper, Odd from Sinister, Wands from Pentacle, Marcel from Misto Disto, and Frank from Sempiternal Death Rain all enthusiastically told us in their interviews what a great and underrated band the Inferno and Silence is. Does that surprise you somehow? And he says, yes, actually. He says, we were doing well back then, don't get me wrong, and it's always nice to hear that others are positive about you. I think we were holding back at the time and could have achieved more if we had had more guts and perseverance. However, what's done is done. And then Hans, the other Hans Bizot, says, I'm not that surprised. After all, we received and still receive compliments from all sorts of angles on a regular basis. Despite the short period of time we existed, we still left a good impression. It just didn't turn out the way we had in mind, but that is due to all kinds of factors. In that period, it was much more difficult to make contact with record companies. The possibilities to release something by yourself were not the same as nowadays, and we were perhaps just a little too hesitant to do it ourselves. So they seem like this band, from what I've read, and I don't know if I'm painting the picture or not, and I apologize if I'm not, that they are kind of considered, Inferno and Silence, as kind of one of the like formative bands, even though they really never escaped from the demo era, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure there are bands like in America and in the German scene and other scenes that kind of, they're like everyone in the scene respected them, but they just never broke through, and they're kind of like talked about. I mean, like Exodus was like that, right?
Yeah,
like
I mean, it took them longer. They were kind of right at the head of everything, and it took them till 85 until Bonded came out.
Yeah, Bonded's not out till 85, but they were right there in like 82, 83.
Mm-hmm.
And so I just, we're gonna listen to some Misto, Disto, and Mandator, and of course they released some actual albums, but Silence and Inferno really never got anything beyond the demo stage. But their name, as I was doing research, just kind of kept coming up over and over again. So I wanted to acknowledge their role, because I think they're kind of like the missing link between like things kind of moving to like a heavier place, I guess. And the last thing I'll say about Silence is they sort of asked them about the scene back then a little bit. And Robert says, he says, for me, it was just very important. Oh, no, this is Hans first, then Robert. He says, for me, it was just very important and a beautiful period of my life. It has partly made me the person I am now. Hanging around with bands like Thanatos, Mandator, Lunatics Without Skateboards, and Brutal Obscenity was grandiose. Robert says, the atmosphere in the Dutch scene at the time was just like the vibe in the Bay Area, as you can see in the documentary Murder in the Front Row. Everybody knew everybody and went to see the gigs of their friends and to have a beer together. You never forget your first concert of Metallica or Slayer. But I can also effortlessly remember the concert where a fan came up to me for the first time after the show and asked me for a plectrum. And then they're just kind of reminiscing a little bit about that. So it seems like there was kind of a dedicated sort of centralized Dutch scene, probably more than a Belgian scene.
That's what it seems like.
I never really got the sense that there was like these Belgian bands were like working together to like sort of push forth a Belgian sound or something. Whereas it seems like the Germans and the Dutch and the UK and those kind of areas geographically were like conscious of this idea of a scene, I guess. So anyways, that's my context, I guess, for the Dutch scene. I don't know if that made any sense. I was trying to pull out like the right things without having to read like every interview. But
no, I think it was a good primer for sure.
Yeah, and so I think Misto, Disto, Mandator, Silence, they're kind of at the front of the foundation of this in the way that like maybe I guess for the Belgian scene that like maybe Cyclone was. Cyclone was like a foundational kind of band for all that. So then we kind of get into the Misto Disto stuff that we're going to hear coming up here from The Rules Have Been Disturbed. And Mark, you said you really, really responded to these guys. Tell me a little bit about your kind of.
This was probably, I don't know, 1 o'clock in the morning last night or something when I was listening to this for the first time. I'm in a pole barn by myself listening to thrash metal all night, having a couple beers. And when this came on, I was like, holy shit. Like the first little intro bit sounds like At the Gates to me, like early At the Gates.
Yeah, I can see that.
And then that little like trill riff into like some Slayer and then into like Brazilian thrash. And then the vocals come in, and this guy's like got a really fucking good range.
Who did he remind you of? I'm kind of curious if you grabbed the same name, and it's a guy I think you actually like.
Well, I mean, as far as like, I think I struggled a bit to figure out as far as like reminiscent, but as far as like especially toward the end, there's almost like a Blind Guardian sing along vibe.
Well, I wrote it reminds me of Kai Hansen.
Yeah, exactly.
Some Blind Guardian stuff, and is obviously part of early Halloween stuff, and then Gamma Ray later. But
and I never heard any of Kai Hansen's Halloween stuff until after I heard
his
any Blind Guardian
stuff. Yeah,
and the Blind Guardian shit. I was like, why is this guy not the singer of Blind Guardian? Like I really responded to his stuff. It was weird and great, and he could scream really well.
Well, and one of the things about like Power of Law and Confused, the two Misto Disto songs we're going to hear, is they're maybe not the thrashiest songs on the record. The record is like kind of a variety. There's power metal, there's speed metal, there's tunes like Evil Dead that are thrashier. Problem was I couldn't find like good MP3s of Evil Dead. It was very tough to find some stuff. And you said you actually found that this has been reissued. I
got it. Shadow Kingdom Records put it out. I ordered it last night. It's still available on vinyl. So,
did you notice if they had CDs for sale when you looked at the vinyl?
I think they do. Yeah.
I'll have to track that down. Yeah, because I don't have physical copies of some of this stuff. So it's like if I can't find any like MP3s of it anywhere, it's like there might be better tracks to show you guys that are thrashier. I just couldn't find them. You know what I mean? Like,
these are interesting, like oddball picks, and that's really interesting sounds.
They are for sure. So like I said, like a tune, like if you go like down your own rabbit hole with Misto Disto and you want more kind of traditional, I guess, thrashy stuff, check out their Evil Dead tune, which I think got re-recorded maybe by Mandator on Initial Velocity, but certainly Power of Law. Like I said, the first thing that jumps out to you, to me is like, Peter Measuring's like high pitched kind of Halloween kind of vocals. And then he also does like these semi growls too. There's like growling.
There is. Yeah.
Pretty awesome. I said there's lots of like Running Wild, Agent Steel, kind of that sort of speed metal, but certainly like Blind Guardian, early Blind Guardian, I would throw in there too. Savage Grace. I don't know if you know those guys.
I know the band. I've heard of them, but I've never listened to
them. They're pretty good. I got a couple of their records, and they have perhaps like up there with like late 70s, early 80s Scorpions covers amongst the most like offensive, like sexist covers that you can kind of find.
Okay.
But it's very, this tune's very speedy.
Like the level of Animal Magnetism, or not quite so much.
It's like Animal Magnetism. It's like cops like taking their glasses off. Like you should Google like some Savage Grace covers if you get a chance. There's some it's like porn fantasy kind of stuff with like cops like arresting like beautiful women and getting away with things or leaving them,
you don't want a ticket, do you?
Yeah. So it's kind of all that. And then you get to Confused, and it's got like a real moody kind of doomy kind of opening before it kind of goes into sort of power metal, I guess, before it moves kind of into full kind of speed metal. I actually was getting some like, this is kind of strange, some Nocturnal Rites vibes a little bit.
I could get that because they did a lot. I said some Sentenced, the muted riffs, where it's like that kind of fast muted riff that Sentenced did a lot in like North From Here.
Yeah.
And I think that Nocturnal Rites did a lot of that as well.
Yeah, I agree. So it's kind of fun. So I think people are going to have fun with Misto Disto because they're just not, they're really like hard to like define. I think they were just trying a lot of ideas and seeing what kind of work.
And this does have Confused has like a really good double bass bit toward the end of it. Well, like probably the fastest. The weird thing is that the guitars in Misto Disto are usually faster than the drums. That's like what
Yeah.
makes the speed happen.
Yeah. And that's a classic like German speed metal kind of thing. I think
Mhm.
that's like kind of happening like Blind Guardian, Old Halloween, and Running Wild, and some of that stuff.
Yeah.
Peter, even like when by the time you get to Mandator and 2 years later with Initial Velocity, the record there, Peter's vocals kind of have like you're probably not a big fan, I know, but like some of their old stuff's pretty awesome. Sabotage, it's got like that
I
Olivia
like some
vibe.
of the older stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. And there's like a little bit of that, like the way Olivia kind of sings on some of those older Sabotages there. But like by the time you get to Mandator, man, the solos on that tune Black Rose are fucking awesome, you know?
They're total Dave Murray solos.
Yeah. It's just real emotive shit, like
Yeah.
really great emotive. I mean, it's like an epic song.
There's lots of like Maiden and Queensryche-ish
Thin Lizzy even a little bit
vibes.
too. Yeah, some of
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. Really melodramatic. And
Yep. It's pretty cool. So they put out Initial Velocity, and then they did Perfect Progeny, which is okay. It's not as good as Initial Velocity. They did that a year later in '89, and then they broke up. And so they weren't really Misto Disto, bleeds right into Mandator, but by '89 they're pretty much done, or '90 or so.
Mhm.
They tried to reform 4 years later. They kind of put out like a demo in '93 to test the waters, and then that's pretty much it. And then I think they reformed in like 2019, 2020, and maybe they've played like some, reunion shows at festivals or something like that. So who knows, Mark? You might get to see Misto Disto or Mandator at some metal festival someday,
There we go.
But and then we talked a little bit about Inferno / Silence, and so we go to the Infernal Ending demo from 1987, and a tune called The Kraken. Pretty thrashing for a demo. This has like a forbidden, like holy terror kind of type vibe to it. Great pinch harmonics, really great like, opening
doomish.
90 second. Yeah.
Mhm.
Really gritty, like almost like Kill 'Em All kind of feel, before it was like polished thrash. It's
With like Marca Escoeda, I think that's how you pronounce it.
yeah,
Vocals.
from Death Angel.
Yeah.
Yep, absolutely. So I dug this. I did check out some Inferno too. I thought about popping them in, but I was like, like how much demo stuff do we really need to play? So just throw Silence in there. But yeah, if you like the Silence demo, go back and check out the Inferno stuff too, because clearly, if you like lo-fi thrash metal, like this is definitely your thing. So but yeah, these are pretty, these are kind of a trio of kind of formative bands, I would say, that maybe they don't like Misto Disto and Mandator maybe aren't like 100% thrash, but they certainly like open the door to thrash bands, or at least some of these more extreme bands that are going to come out of the Dutch scene a little bit later. So yeah, and then we're going to end with a band called Altered Moves 2, which is this tech kind of prog thrash act.
Is that like a chess move or something?
Maybe, I don't know. It's a really weird name. Altered Moves would make sense. I don't know why they did Altered Moves 2, but they're kind of a one-hit wonder from the 1992 record called Shifter of Minds. They were sort of in the vein. There was another kind of tech thrash band out of the Dutch scene called Donor. Again, how much tech thrash do we really need to play? So I just was like, let's just kind of throw an example in there. But we'll talk about that tune when we kind of come back. So we've got opening up the story of the Dutch thrash scene. We've got Power of Law and Confused from Misto Disto's The Rules Have Been Disturbed from 1986. 2 years later, Misto Disto became Mandator with Initial Velocity and a tune we're going to hear called Black Rose. Then from 1987, the Infernal Ending demo from Silence with an X. You've got The Kraken, and then we're going to end with Fears the Conductor from Altered Moves 2 from record 1992's Shifter of Minds.
this once and twice, and I don't want to face it again. Maybe you'll listen to my advice this time. You think you can rule my life, a life you would never understand. Living like that is the same as committing a crime. Baby, when will you change for me?
Fears the Conductor from Altered Moves 2. Then we had The Kraken from Silence, and then Black Rose from Mandator, and then a pair of tunes from Misto Disto, Confused, and then we started things off with Power of Law. And so Fears the Conductor from this kind of prog tech kind of thing from 1992, Shifter of Minds. It probably won't surprise you, Mark, that on that record they also covered Rush's La Villa Strangiato. That's just kind of the band and what they were kind of about, that band.
Sounds about right.
Yeah. It's a pretty killer thrash tune in line with like, I guess what like bands like Watchtower or like Psychotic Waltz or even Toxic with an X or with a K, excuse me, we're sort of doing in the States. I mean, it's probably stuff I don't put on a lot, but like, I don't mind competent tech thrash like in short spurts, I suppose.
Yeah, it's not, I don't want to listen to it all day, but it definitely has a place.
Yeah, cool inventive riffs, pretty good rhythmic innovations. I thought the solo was pretty fantastic in Fears the Conductor, but thought it was a nice palate cleanse after kind of getting through some of this like proto thrash kind of stuff to give them something super technical before we dive back into a couple of foundational bands here.
Yeah, this like I was getting like almost like Def Leppard prog meets Merciful Fate.
No shit. Yeah, that's interesting.
Like just some of that more like when the first couple Def Leppard records, they have a little more like more time before they really like refined their sound a lot. They have kind of this weird prog is not quite the term, but like some progressive tendencies on some of those first couple records.
Sure. You know what I forgot to read? I just now realized that Worship Metal did this thing called 20 More Obscure Old School Thrash Albums You Need to Hear. And they're from all over the world. And Misto Disto actually showed up in that. I forgot that they were in there. And here's what they had to say about Misto Disto before we kind of move too far past them. They said, obscure but well worthy of mention, Dutch thrashers Misto Disto may have gone on to become the slightly, but only slightly more well-known Mandator, but it all started here. With Peter Majorine's ridiculous falsetto leading the charge, Misto Disto could hardly be accused of subtlety, and while the rules have been disturbed may sound like utter nonsense to uncultured ears, the rest of us are left to revel in Misto Disto's metal majesty. With speed metal freakouts like the opener The Power of Law, nestling next to the Iron Maiden influenced semi-ballad Confused, the rules have been disturbed is, ironically, a confusing listen. But then Misto Disto were all about fucking with the rules, so this shouldn't come as too much of a surprise. So yeah. Pretty much what we said already, but just kind of
the reflecting the Maiden tendencies.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're gonna kind of move off of I guess this, we're moving towards two killer bands and records from the early 90s, I would say, that are pretty formative. One is Vulture's Fatal Games, and the other is Sacrosanct's Recesses for the Depraved. Pretty big records. And in that book, Streams of Ancient Wisdom. I keep wanting to say Streams of Dispraised Minds. Is that a song? What?
Dreams of Ancient Wisdom's a Asphyxia song.
That's
or Streams of Ancient Wisdom. Yeah.
That's what it is. Yeah. So anyways, is there a Catatonia song like Streams of on the For Funerals to Come EP? I think that's what my brain keeps going to. But anyways, let's move away from that because we could get into
I have been listening to a lot of early Catatonia too.
Have you? Okay, yeah. But it says this is from a chapter called Other Notable Acts from 86 to 87, and the writer kind of gives a little bio on Vulture, who we're about to talk about. He says the band Vulture from Rotterdam was founded in 1983 and released several demos during the first years of their career. The first two demos, Breathtaking in 84 and Save Your Neck in 84, still show a rather classical heavy speed metal sound. On the later tapes, the band presented a much rawer and more aggressive thrash metal sound and went much more in the direction of Nasty Savage, both musically and in terms of visual presentation, especially the singer, René Debay. The debut album, Fatal Games in 1990, recalls, not least because of the vocals of Rick Rittman, Forbidden and Testament. After a second album, Easier to Lie, the band called it a day, splitting up in 1994. Drummer Richard Van Leeuwen joined Threnody later on. Guitarist Andre Tolhuizen made 2 albums with Sinister, and drummer Dick Brunberg also played live with Hail of Bullets later on. So interesting pedigree. So yeah, this is Vulture, and they actually show up too in this 20 more obscure old school thrash albums thing that Worship Metal did. And I gotta find the write up here on them. Just had it a second ago. Yeah, Fatal Games. Here's what they had to say. Fatal Games was a melodic thrash masterclass from a band who failed to receive their dues. While bravely attempting to mimic the mighty Forbidden may have been a step too far, it's the Vulture's eternal credit that these veterans, they had been on the scene since as early as 1984, soldiered on and eventually released their Fatal Games debut in 1990. And a damn fine album it was too, with Vulture unleashing technically savvy anthems at a rate of knots and vocals that attempted to outdo the likes of Russ Anderson from Forbidden and Steve Grimmett in Search of Sanity era Onslaught, also from Grim Reaper, Steve Grimmett, throughout. Ironically, nowhere near as fatal a game as those depicted in the likes of Battle Royale or Squid Games, Vulture's Fatal Games still riffed up an almighty storm of tempo changes, staccato riffing, and soaring vocals, and should have seen them laud it as much more than a mere cult curio. With 100 ideas per song flung at you with little to no warning, Fatal Games can be a daunting prospect, but it's one well worth taking on. Yeah, what were your thoughts on Fatal Games and Vulture here? These pair of tunes we're going to kind of hear.
Well, I definitely agree with the 1,000, different ideas per song.
A lot, yeah. There's a lot they're throwing at stuff,
but there's a certain charming. I think it's interesting for sure. I feel like there's an immediate vibe right away where you're like, this is Dutch.
Yeah.
Like something about the guitar tone, the I don't know, it just immediately I was like, oh, this feels like Dutch to me. The bass is pretty like upfront and not, and actually has like some type of depth of sound. It's not just kind of like mimicking the guitars in that same kind of frequency.
Sure.
Definitely skirting around power metal tendencies of the vocals and stuff, but
yeah, the vocals are pretty eccentric, and maybe I mean, like, again, we can probably criticize a lot of these records in terms of production, but maybe a little too high in the mix, I think that's a lot of these guys, but this is at least my idea. A lot of guys, they go to these engineers that are used to producing pop records, and the vocals and the drums are always just like the sound guys back up until the 2000s didn't know how to, like, death metal. All you heard was vocals and kick drum. You didn't hear any guitars or any bass or anything else. If there was keyboards, those were so high in the mix that they just sounded like trash as well. But that's at least my idea of why I think that might have been the case. But it's still interesting. Like, I think perfect production is kind of boring. So like these kind of transitional phases where people are figuring out how to record extreme music is there always going to be a little bit of eccentricities going on. Absolutely. Yeah, there's a lot of, I know the Worship Metal sort of mentioned it, and even in my notes, it just owes a lot to the debut from Forbidden Evil, and especially Russ Anderson, the way he kind of approached vocals with Forbidden and stuff. But besides the San Francisco vibes, like a tune we're going to hear to start off with, I Stand Apart, there's also some weird Coroner stuff happening at times too. Especially in the middle. Coroner is just like a band, and we're certainly going to be looking at the Swiss thrash metal scene down the road, but they're just a band that's unique. I don't know, they kind of sound like a lot of bands, but they're also always Coroner, and I don't know, I'm not saying
I think that guitar tone that you're thinking of, Coroner, also remind me of old Morgoth.
Yeah, that's another band that seems kind of weird. Morgoth always struck me as more Dutch than German.
Me too. Most of the German stuff didn't seem, because I was also coming from the Destruction and Creator and more that kind of end of it. But Morgoth's the guitar tones, especially, if you would just play that out, it's like, oh, that's totally a Dutch band. And what was it, Mark Grew? Was that the singer? Yeah. He had everybody kind of had more of a unique style vocal. Everybody had a trademark vocal back then.
He was closer like Martin Van Drunen in some ways sometimes.
And I think they weren't quite as I don't think Morgoth they weren't as dynamic as a lot of other bands, but they had great groove, but they're kind of understated in a certain way.
They were like the obituary of like Western Europe or something, you know?
Yeah, they're very like artful and weird and mysterious and stuff too. But yeah,
Yeah.
that's a band I'd like to try to explore a little more. At least the first couple records.
Yeah, yeah, they definitely had an interesting journey, for sure. Um, and then, the song I Stand Apart, like I said, has kind of some corner vibes. And when you get to Not Six But Seven Dead, which is a pretty fucking great song title. Um, it was the album closer, and it's probably the heaviest, most in your face tune on the record. It's just a real eccentric vocals, real nice, kind of frolicking kind of headbanger. It's good stuff, but like you said, a lot of ideas that they're sort of trying, and so you hear a lot of variety, and some of it works and some of it doesn't. But this is a fun record. I checked out a few more songs beyond these two, and I like the whole thing. It's pretty cool, and definitely
Nice.
a band that, if you're looking at like a quintessential thrash band of the Dutch scene, they're probably up there. Um, and then we get to Sacrosanct, and this is a band. I don't know how I found out about them, but somehow I bought them from like Gary Schaefer or Chris Hupp, who are two of the guys that do a lot of like CD distro sort of stuff. Chris buys stuff from them too, and they seem to kind of have their finger on the pulse of like obscure stuff sometimes. And
Oh, the Facebook distro thing.
yeah. So
Yeah,
like
that's how I
I
got the last unanimated.
yeah, okay. Yep. So I think I picked this up like back in like 2018, 2017 upon a recommendation and stuff. And I didn't really know much about them, but I checked out a couple tunes. I was like, okay, yeah, I like this. And so Receipts for the Depraved is great. And I think there's some other Sacrosanct records as well, but this is like the one, I guess. And here's what the book had to say about Sacrosanct. They get their own chapter 23. And here's kind of the intro. So Sacrosanct is a band that many death metal fans will remember because of the artwork of H.R. Geiger that graced their second album, as well as the fact that ex-Pestilence guitarist Randy Meinhardt was the driving force of the band. A few months after
Oh, okay.
Yeah, exactly. A few months after the release of Pestilence's debut album, Malleus Maleficarum, guitarist Randy Meinhardt and drummer Marco Fotis left the band. Fotis returned to Pestilence rather quickly. However, Meinhardt founded a new and own band, this being Sacrosanct. The music that Sacrosanct made in their early days can be described as fairly technical thrash metal, but on their third album, 1993's Tragic Intense, however, the songs became much more melodic and atmospheric, but also darker. The band disbanded in 1994, but have been active again since 2017 after more than 25 years of silence. Boom. Yeah. So anyways, just a little background there.
I feel
And
like
then
now you talked about that. I feel like that was talked about in interviews or something with Pestilence back in the day or something. I don't know.
that they had lost like a guitar player, and yeah, it almost like the puzzle pieces start to fit once you start to like fit these guys together. And okay, all right, that makes sense because you can hear some like early Pestilence kind of style on some of the stuff Sacrosanct's doing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. It's funny how simply he almost went a little further before Patrick Mameli did.
Yeah, it is interesting. Yep, he was like a step ahead.
Yeah.
So they interview him, Randy, and I'm skipping over some of the stuff, but they ask him a question. They say, is this what I want? Yeah. Okay. Oh, hang on.
Oh.
Continue. Let me continue. So they basically are kind of getting the origin story, and they say, Marco and you met when you both played in Pestilence. You can be heard on the Pestilence debut. Shortly after the release, you left, and they kind of get the story. And he says, yeah, that's right. Pestilence was founded at the time by Christian Coley, Patrick Mameli, and me. We had a vision together, and the tasks were nicely divided between all of us. By the time of Malleus Maleficarum, however, I had increasingly different musical ideas. Patrick clearly wanted to go more in a death metal direction. I wanted to develop myself musically. That's what caused the split. I know quite a lot of people in the Dutch metal scene, and so I started to look for musicians in the Netherlands when Sacrosanct was up and running. Once I found these people, everything went pretty fast. And then they kind of ask him about the demo. Got you a contract with the German label No Remorse. The debut album from Sacrosanct, which is called Truth Is What Is, can be described as a pretty original and rather technical thrash metal. And let's see, they kind of ask him, they say, they're kind of asking about like bands that influence them, like Old Testament, Exodus, Watchtower Corner, Mekong Delta, things like that. And basically, Randy says, it was a very exciting time for me because I had a feeling that there was no way back and that I really had to go for it. Truth Is What Is has a lot of different influences. I'm a musician who likes to think outside the box. A band like Exodus inspired us a lot at the time, but I also really like very technical bands like Death or more progressive bands. You can hear that on the debut album. And then they talk about, Recesses for the Depraved. They said came out a year later. The interviewer says it's a much heavier record with a brutal production. A song like Elusive Supremacy could easily have been on one of the last Death albums, except for the vocals. And he says, yeah, the second album is definitely a lot darker and less accessible. No Remorse was bankrupt at the time, so we had to get Synchrosync back on track, and a certain feeling of anger crept into the record because of that. Recesses for the Depraved got a lot of attention because of the artwork we used for the record, namely the painting Das Spiegelbild by H.R. Geiger. Christian contacted Geiger by phone. Is it Giger, Geiger? How have you heard it pronounced? I've heard
it pronounced both ways. I believe it's Geiger.
Geiger. Okay,
I don't. But that's just also how I pronounced it since I was a kid in late '80s. So I don't know.
I mean, most of our patrons know that I'm known for my mispronunciation, so I figure they don't give a shit.
Well, I was gonna say I'd go back to Tom G, but I don't, because he worked with him for so long. But
trying to say,
I can't remember how he said it, because I've got the documentary downloaded. That came out, I don't know, 2017 maybe. I know how he says Celtic Frost, not Celtic Frost.
Yep.
But
Wagner,
Tom Angel Ripper says Celtic.
Yeah. So will Wagner, Jeff.
Yeah. So I think it's like what you're, I don't know, you've been doing for long enough years. Like with Catatonia, it's Jonas, but we call him Jonas. Or is it the opposite way around?
I think we've called him Jonas, but like maybe
it's Jonas. Yeah.
Yeah.
We were doing like the Spanish thing with his name.
I know. But it says, Christian contacted Geiger by phone at the time, and he was very fair. We actually wanted to use another image first, but Geiger couldn't give that to us because that painting reminded him of his deceased wife. And so we went with Das Spiegelbild at the end. Let me see. And then they say in January and February, this is the question, 92, you toured through Europe together with the Danish band Invocator supporting Dark Angel. How do you look back on that tour? He says, as a period in which we had a lot of fun. Dark Angel were great people. We also had a good relationship with Invocator. It all went really smoothly. After that tour, I slowly started working on Tragic Intense, an album that would become the band's swan song. Tragic Intense was a break with our previous work. The material was much more melodic and slower than its predecessor and breathed a sad and melancholic atmosphere. Colin's vocals also play a big part in that. We started working with a lot of new influences as a band, and it was very exciting for us to see how the material of that record slowly came together. However, once Tragic Intense was recorded, we really got to a point where we just didn't know how to go on and move forward. So that's pretty much it for these guys. So we're just kind of focused on the one record, the second record, Recesses for the Depraved, because that's their masterpiece. And I've checked out things on both. And the third record's not really even thrash anymore. And the first record's like good, but like to me, like Recesses for the Depraved is like a foundational like masterpiece of Dutch thrash. Like if you're going, it's worth spending some time with it. Now I know why this record was recommended to me, to buy back in the day. Plus it has this badass cover from Geiger, and
you can't go wrong there.
It's a total package. Yeah. So what you get with this trio of tunes that we're going to hear after the pair of tunes from Vulture is we're going to hear Mortal Remains, Elusive Supremacy, Enter the Sanctum. And I just kind of like put notes for all three kind of together. And I said, great tech thrash, sinister sounds emanating from the guitar, lots of pinch harmonics, really incredible bass driven sound. The bass is really like, I don't know if I've heard bass quite used this way in thrash. I mean, Overkill had like really great bass, and there's a few other bands, but like, can you compare this to anything that you've heard thrash wise where the bass is like used in this way? It was kind of weird.
Not that I can remember. I know every once in a while, I think Sacred Reich uses bass really well, but that was later on.
Yeah. Yep. That's a good point. I mean, it's almost like there's some cool, like Tom Araya-esque gruff vocals at times, but it's not quite Tom Araya, but it's kind of in that like kind of range, I guess. Some of the solos remind me of like stuff you'd hear in like Atheist almost. It's real weird. It's just a very techy, but still very listenable. That's the thing about like old Atheist is it's like fun thrash death, but like still pretty listenable. It's not.
I don't think those guys knew how advanced they were.
Yeah.
They were just trying to do something unique.
Yeah, exactly. Lots of stop rhythms, clearly.
Always.
Really delicate, tasteful solos all over the place, moody intros. Elusive Supremacy kind of harkens back to like that middle period of death that you'd hear on like Individual Thought Patterns or Human almost too.
Well, so I think the opening riff is a death riff.
Okay, that's why, it's very clearly sounds like something from that, Um,
Like almost like Human or that kind of era.
yeah, kind of those
Individual thought patterns are Human.
I mean Randy, and then the other guitar player, Michael, I think it's Koch, Kock, or Cock, could be Cock, I don't know. They're quite,
I've seen Koch and Koch, like Koch
yeah,
brothers and then Koch Records.
exactly. But yeah, they're quite a duo. And then this is an interesting one for you, Mark. The bass player in this band, Christian Coley, he played bass and sang on the Enter the Domain demo for his Figs.
Really?
Yeah, very strange. I was
Oh
kind of looking
shit.
at those connections. So yeah, so there's like a lot of weird kind of crossover stuff with some of these guys.
I wonder if any of that. I'm trying to think because there was a point in the 2000s when all the old Asphyx stuff was reissued.
I have
Was
some of those CDs where it's like a collection of all the demos and shit. I'll have to go
do
back
you
and
remember
check.
what that was called?
I kind of remember the cover. It's got a kind of cool cover.
Like something Inferno or
Yeah, I think you're right. I've got them upstairs. I'd have to look.
I got them on record, but I forgot. Like they reissued them a handful of years ago.
Yeah, but yeah, it's
And I
pretty
was like,
interesting.
because at a certain point, I was like, if Van Drenen's not there, why do I care? But
Yeah, but
it's like,
yeah,
no, this is a super interesting band.
yeah, for sure. I think the other stuff's kind of worth checking out. I love the proto death metal vocals at the start of like Enter the Sanctum. It's pretty
Hmm.
interesting too, So there's a lot of good stuff. I don't know what your thoughts were on Sacrosanct, but I've had the CD for a few years, so I've kind of lived with it for a bit. But
I
you know, you,
like. There's some really in the chorus of it. There's just some really weird riffs that don't seem like something that almost seem improvised at the time instead of something that would actually like record.
yeah,
It's like things start to go out of time, and it's probably all in time, but they like change the time signature without the drums changing this time signature on the guitar or something. Like a lot of this tech stuff, like that's the time signature is the king on a lot of this stuff. And
yeah,
sometimes it's like it's too much for me. Like I play drums, for fun. I don't know how to read music or anything like that. But I know some people really get off on the tech stuff where it's, ooh, look at the mental gymnastics of doing these different
yeah.
time. It's almost like jazz, like these different time signatures together. But if it doesn't swing or if it doesn't catch me, I kind of loses me a little bit.
Now, would you say that like where does Sacrosanct fall for you? Is it listenable enough for you?
I
Kind of like,
think I think instead it makes it weird, which is
okay,
good.
okay, yeah,
It's not like somebody just playing some arbitrary rhythm and then the guitar is doing this, and
yeah.
like if you can do all that weird shit and it's still there's some kind of hook to it,
Mhm.
that's cool. If it's just like Meshuggah, I get it. Like they're very talented. I don't it doesn't do anything for me. That
Yeah,
that
outside of
type
like
of like rhythmic guitar and vocal and drum thing together is like, I know that what is his name? Thomas is it Henke or Hake or
hockey, and then there's
he,
Frederick Thorndell.
yeah, like the vocals always seem the most boring out of anything there, but like the rhythmic stuff he does is very,
Mhm.
it's interesting, but it doesn't really do anything for me. I saw him with they opened for Tool in like 2002 or 3 maybe. And live they were more interesting because it was kind of the full experience, but like I never really nothing really clicked with me with Meshuggah.
I think I liked some of their stuff in the 90s. The record they did in the late 90s was like probably the last one I kind of like Chaosphere or something it's called. I don't know. I think Chris kind of
Yeah.
turned me on that one. And I don't know. Yeah, it's weird. Like I like the idea of Meshuggah more than I like listening to Meshuggah sometimes. I saw him live with strangely enough, this just shows where like how weird Slayer was. But yeah, I saw them open for Slayer on the Diablos tour when I saw Slayer in Grand Rapids.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of I mean Slayer was kind of at their low point then in terms of album sales and things like that. But yeah, and that's strange because that's actually the concert too, where like we were on the floor like moshing and stuff, and then we looked up and on the balcony in Grand Rapids, standing up there was Vanilla Ice, and he was in his like metal phase where he was doing like his new metal Vanilla Ice
Oh
to kind
yeah.
of,
Yeah, I remember that.
and he was like up there and he was trying to get these girls to like lift their shirts up that he was next to, and it was very like I almost like had low key like secondhand embarrassment for him because they didn't want to, and like you could tell he thought he was like Fred Durst, and yeah, it was weird. But anyways, yeah, that's it was a good concert. It's the first time I ever saw Slayer. That's also the great Slayer show where a couple funny things happen where it was Grindcore Coon was driving us down in his old like bitchin' Camaro. I don't know if you ever remember his red Camaro he had, and with the T tops and all that.
Yeah.
And it was a buddy of mine, my best friend from like high school, Tweed Brooke was his name, who we had kind of falling out. And then a younger guy that was with us, who, you know, his parents were entrusting his life in our hands. I think he was still in high school when we were out of high school at the time. And we were driving from Mount Pleasant down, and Mount Pleasant from Detroit's like 2.5 hours. And we were on our way to Harpo's to see Slayer. And yeah, it wasn't Grand Rapids. Sorry, it was Detroit. But we got to like Flint area, and I was riding in the back seat, and Tweed was riding shotgun, and Tweed started pounding his fists into the dashboard, and we're like, "What the fuck's wrong?" He's like, "I forgot my ticket." He had left it like an hour and a half back in Mount Pleasant, and we weren't going to turn around. There was no way we could do a 3-hour round trip and make the show in time. So we're like, well, I guess we'll try and scalp a ticket when you're in line or something like that. And so the other thing that was happening too is the CD player was like one that he had installed like kind of himself, like kind of an ABC warehouse thing.
I did that as well.
But it was not working right. So Tweed had to hold the wires with his finger, and like the whole time he was getting shocked. Like, so he was just continuously getting shocked in the front seat while we were trying to listen to music on the way down. And then we got there early in Harpo's. That's where we saw Slayer for the first time. And Harpo's was not open. And so we couldn't get in yet, and we were like ready to piss our pants. So we ran across the street to the
Wendy's that was there.
No, there was a grocery store across the street from Harpo's or somewhere down the road, and it had bars on all the windows and the door and shit. We're like, we didn't know where the fuck we were. We were dumbasses from Detroit. And we went into that grocery store in Harpo's, across the street from Harpo's. And I went in and I found the bathroom in the back, and I could not find the light. And I went in, I pissed, and I could see like the toilet when I opened the door. So I pissed, whatever. I walk out, and then Tweed walked in, he pissed. And then Jeff, Grindcore Coon, walked in, and he walked out, and the lights were on when he walked out, and he was like white as a ghost. And we're like, "What's wrong?" He's like, "I found the lights." And then he opened it up, and someone had run in there with like a gunshot wound. So there was blood like all over the fucking walls in the toilet.
How perfect for Slayer.
So we had not seen anyone. So we were fucking mortified by the time we walked across the street. And then our buddy had to like scalp tickets in line. And that was super shady because we were at fucking Harpo's.
Yeah.
And for people who don't know, a lot of people know Harpo's because the famous Motorhead photo where he's wearing the Harpo shirt. Who's that? Filthy? Is it Filthy Phil's wearing it? I think, or is it Lemmy? I can't remember.
I don't remember.
It's early '80s, late '70s, like famous iconic Motorhead photo, and he's wearing like a Harpo shirt. But Harpo's is bad news, man. It used to be real bad, especially in Detroit in the '90s when Detroit was pretty.
That's. I mean, that was one of the first places. I'm trying to think of the first show we saw there, but I remember going down to see. We went down to see. Well, we saw Carcass there. We saw Cathedral and Fight at the same time. But that was one of the first places where we actually got on the guest list.
Oh yeah. Well,
and we would go in there.
They would sometimes cover and be like, "We don't see your names there," because I've been on the guest list at Harpo's too.
It was the old man that is now thankfully dead. Yeah. He was just a total turd. Yeah. But yeah, you'd say, "Oh, Mark and Chris Dick for the Requiem, we have a 2 on the guest list."
Yep.
Cover his hand. After we saw it, he'd cover it up. It's like, I don't see it. And that's when we went and knocked on the back door and got a hold of Lee Dorian. And then I think he got on a payphone, got a hold of somebody or just got us in. But there's always some issue there. And that's when skinheads would come in and just start shit in the pit.
Yeah, that was bad.
Detroit was, between that and Blondies. And it was, I mean, these were like, the venues were absolute shit because this music was, I mean, Slayer, it's weird that
it is weird that Slayer was there, but again, that was the low point of Slayer, late 90s.
It's true.
You know, it was like a weird time for those thrash bands then.
Like like Todd's is a place that we used to go to as well. So like during the week, it was like a gay club, and then it was, death metal on the weekends and extreme metal stuff. And it was just because it was such an unproven thing. Like when we saw Paradise Lost at Blondies. I talked
It's that famous show that they talk about as their worst show ever.
Yeah, and and since I've talked to Nick Holmes and Aaron and 80 about it, and they're like, we were used to being like, this is like when they were called the next Metallica.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember first when we came in, we saw Nick and Greg were in an old style Superman phone booth, and like they were calling their tour or the management or something, like, what the fuck did you
Where
do?
have you
Like,
sent us?
yeah, it's raining inside. And they're in this like decent sized tour bus in this just fucking shithole. Like, the pole barn I'm in now is like 5 times the size of this venue.
Damn. Yeah. So that's when I saw Meshuggah for the first time, and only time.
That's crazy. That was a very long, protracted way of saying
it was, but it was a pretty wild show indeed. So, but all right. So these are 2 formative bands. Let's get into it. We've got a pair of tunes from Vulture from their 1990 Fatal Games record. Yeah, I Stand Apart, and Not 6 but 7 Dead. Then we got a trio of tunes from Recesses for the Depraved, the Sacrosanct, their second record with the Geiger cover. We got Mortal Remains, Elusive Supremacy, and then we'll end with Enter the Sanctum.
up the voices of the street, forbidden enough to be all alone. This is when I go, and that's when I go. My lost affair and lucky heart, no matter to me. I stand by. Nonsense! What's up? cloud of dust. Nothing but a toy for the gods. Rules of the game controlled by fate, to which we compose and reason go. It's war without significance. Love and dread left to begins. Fatality changes and destroys. Accompanies the signs of being. Arrogance leads to ignorance. We still haven't realized yet. Another love of vanity. It's just another thing. Supersonic human race stops supreme creation. Arrogance blows the wind beneath the wings of self-deception. Illusion supremacy. Illusion supremacy. Arrogance leads to ignorance. We still haven't realized yet. Another love of vanity. It's just another death. Black and white in harmony. God seems to be unreal. The underwater of ignorance. Illusion of humanity. Supersonic human race stops supreme creation. Arrogance blows the wind beneath our wings of self-deception. Illusion supremacy. Illusion supremacy.
Enter the Supremacy and Mortal Remains from Sacrosanct. And then we had a pair of tunes to start off with Vulture, with Not Six But Seven Dead. And we kicked off the whole set with I Stand Apart. So this is our final set here, just a little short set. We're just kind of like looking at three bands. I mean, you know, we're going to start with a band called Deadhead, and they kind of like Silence and Inferno, kind of, you know, their best stuff kind of falls into, I guess, the demo stage, if you will. And so there's quite a bit on them in this Streams of Ancient Wisdom book that Stephen Williams sort of wrote about. So I thought I kind of go into their history a little bit, because we're probably going to have a lot to say about the final two bands. So we'll kind of get these guys out of the way and then kind of end things with, Thanatos and Pestilence here. Deadhead hailed from the Kampen and Zwolle scene. I don't know a lot about fucking Netherlands geography, but I have heard of Kampen before. It's a northern city in Netherlands, I guess. It's actually one of the places where like some of the early metal festivals were, and I think it's like the first place Metallica ever played and stuff. So there's kind of a degree there, and stuff. But it says in the mid 80s, a small metal scene slowly but surely developed in the surroundings of Kampen of Zwolle, Zwolle, with bands like Elise, Osiris, Brain Implosion, and La Lupa. The most famous extreme metal band of the area is without a doubt Deadhead from Kampen. Deadhead was founded in 1989 after the band Lethargy fell apart, and plays very fast and brutal thrash metal influenced by bands like Old Creator, Old Slayer, Dark Angel, and Sadist. Because of the intensity of both their music and live shows, Deadhead is also very popular in the more death metal-oriented crowd. With the demo The Festering and the album The Feast Begins at Dawn, Deadhead built itself a solid reputation, and over the years, the band had shared the stage with Edge of Sanity, Pestilence, Sepultura, Suffocation, Sinister, Gorefest, Malevolent Creation, Massacre, and Grave, among others. Deadhead released a new album, Slave Driver, in 2022 with a new vocalist. So a little bit on them. And so basically, out of the ashes of this band Lethargy comes this band called Deadhead, and they have this very famous demo called The Festering, and it kind of really bridged the gap in a lot of ways, kind of the same way we talked about the Belgian scene. This is really the demo that kind of bridges the gap between kind of thrash and death. They actually had artwork on this demo from Lassie Hoyle, Hoile, and he's the guy, Mark, that designed the Edge of Sanity logo. So it's kind of interesting.
Oh,
so
nice. Okay.
Yeah, they kind of had like a friendship with Edge of Sanity. In fact, some of their early tours were with Edge. So I think they took Edge out like on one of their very first tours in 1990 and stuff. That's what I kind of read. And the color scheme on the demo came from, it was influenced from Sadist's Illusions record and stuff. But yeah, pretty interesting stuff. Let me get to, I got one other thing I want to share from the Streams of Ancient Wisdom book. Allow me here, column 2. Let's see, halfway down. They're talking about The Festering a little bit, this demo, and it's really interesting. This is a band where like the band acknowledges and everyone else acknowledges that the demo sounds better than the actual full length. And they only ever put out one full length called The Feast Begins at Dawn. So that's why we're playing the demo version of The Festering, because it just sounds better. And they said, the question says, about 1,300 copies of The Festering were reportedly sold, which is quite impressive. A lot of bands don't even sell that many albums these days. And they're interviewing the guy, Robbie, what's his last name? Robbie Vanderway, who was in both Lethargy and Deadhead. And he says, yeah, the sales of The Festering just went like clockwork. We had come up with a very good formula in the sense that we only asked 10 guilders for the demo, including shipping. That was not expensive at all. You sent that amount in cash, and a few days later, a demo was in the mailbox. Other bands always added shipping costs there of that amount, with a lot of messing around with change and stamps as a result. We didn't like that. We worked with a round figure. I think that was a very smart move, because The Festering really went like a rocket. I'm still very proud of The Festering because that demo turned out so well. Part of that is because we were very focused back then and had a clear plan, but we were just very inspired and ready to conquer the world. For me, The Festering is still the tape where you hear the essence of Deadhead for the first time. We're also lucky that the heyday of death metal was just beginning. We're able to play a lot with a lot of pretty big death metal bands because we really fit well with our extreme thrash metal. That was certainly also an advantage at that time. So, yeah, so they're kind of interesting. What did you think about this tune? The Festering, the sort of
There's
title
a lot of I felt a lot of Sodom.
Yeah. A lot of Sodom, a lot of
Yeah.
Pleasure to Kill creator too. There's a lot of kind of stuff going on here. Yep.
And a really nice like break and epic ending. But
Yeah.
I felt like Deadhead obviously referenced to Grateful Dead fans. I was thinking of Het's Head, the Swedish death metal band.
That Swedish band. Yeah, I remember. That's yep.
But I didn't realize what the impact of these guys was either. This is, if anything, this episode should make everybody go out and get the Streams of Ancient Wisdom book.
Yeah, no, it's a great book, and we didn't even get into the death metal shit. There's a ton, like we're just scratching the surface, because really the book's dedicated to death metal, and I just kind of searched for all the shit on thrash metal that I could find. You know what I mean? Like I was kind of
we're in a crazy golden age of everything that's about 30 years out is when scholarship of certain things start to happen.
Yeah.
And like any book that comes out I have any remote interest in metal wise, I just buy it immediately. I have a stack I haven't even touched, but it's perfect for stuff like this, for shows where we're once I get my studio set up again and I can pull this stuff out, I'd much rather research through indexes in my books than just going online.
I mean, who knew what Choosing Death was like really doing? I mean, in a lot of ways, like Choosing Death led to Decibel, and in a lot of ways, like it probably paved the way for what we're doing in some ways. I mean, I think like those kind of things inspired like us to start really having more intellectual conversations about metal, once we started reading scholarship on it in the mid 2000s. And then
it was I think a mix of that and just like the podcast as a new form where you could just it was like a radio program that you had experience in college. With Saucer Full of Secrets, where you'd just play whatever weird crazy stuff all the time. Like, so it was that, and then I started doing an art podcast that had it had a pretty good traction, and I learned all the ins and outs of how to do this stuff. And they're like, let's just start this like a continuation of the old fanzine too. So there's like so many like entry points in it too. But I think Decibel definitely was one of those like those kind of strong strings that pulled us all together.
Yep. And then just seeing like how Albert was able to like kind of contextualize the history of death metal and grindcore, and it's like, oh, there's a narrative here, and as a history person, that like greatly appealed to me. That was like
and like the John Peel forward.
Yeah,
we all like like I don't know how many fucking Peel sessions I have, but like he was such a validator of this insane fucking music too. So all these things together, but it was just the right time. And sure. I think I have 4 different versions of Choosing Death. I don't have the Spanish language one because I'm not that much of a completist if I can't read it.
Oh, yeah. I've got I think just 2 versions of it, but okay. I've just got the original and then the one that came out, I don't know, 4, 5, 6 years ago with like the added
the Bazillion Points one.
Yeah, that one.
Okay.
The Festerings, like besides the German stuff, I hear a lot of Dark Angel, some early Death for sure is kind of in there. And it's got this really like, especially near the end of the song, these really like sick fucking leads that remind me a little bit of like Nocturnus and maybe a little bit of like what Trey is going to do with Morbid Angel, or was doing,
I had some Nocturnus vibes in here as well.
I think used the shred kind of aspect to it. That's pretty cool.
I said some tasty leads in the parlance of Jason Hundy.
Parlance of our times. Yeah, tasty leads. And so, that's kind of a nice little flashpoint is Deadhead. And then we're really going to end the episode with 2 big bands that probably deserve a lot more attention than we're going to give them, but who truly, I think, bridge the gap to the Dutch extreme scene. And that's Thanatos and Pestilence. And we've obviously done a Pestilence episode. I don't remember how much we focused on Malleus, but
I don't think it was very much. I think it was
mainly Consuming and Testimony, if I remember right. Because Chris is on that episode. Because
this is when you did this at your uncle's compound.
Did this at the Godfather Mansion. Yeah.
This was right when this reissue of Malleus Maleficarum came out.
Oh, it did? Okay.
I'm almost positive that we had that there because this was for a while. It was difficult to get.
Yeah, it was like an import, and it was pretty tough to find.
Yeah, and then like when we got it after, I think I probably got it definitely after it came out. It wasn't when it came out.
Yeah.
For 88, but it was slightly disappointing because it didn't sound like the death metal we wanted.
Yeah.
And So I think I don't remember if I sold it or what. I might have traded it for something, and then years later, it's like, well, I need to have this again.
Mhm. Yeah, and it's in hindsight, you can hear like the thrashiness of it. And we'll definitely talk about Pestilence in a second. But I want to start with kind of the band that is probably more important than probably gets credit because they never had the commercial success that some of the other bands did. But that's Thanatos, and
They did have the longevity, though.
I was gonna say they're the OGs in a lot of ways, and they emerged from Rotterdam, and they go all the way back to 1984 with the Speed Kills demo. And so they've been there for a while, right? Lots of demos and live tapes until you really get to the debut, which is emerging from the Netherlands. And in streams of Ancient Wisdom, they interview Stefan Gabetti a little bit, and they kind of talk to him a little bit about like where the influences sort of came from. And I thought that was kind of interesting. So they kind of said, when did you get interested in heavy music and things like that? And he says, for many people in my generation, the band that started it all was Kiss. I was about 10 years old when I saw the artwork of their albums Destroyer and Love Gun. My mother didn't like it at all that I wanted those albums, those demonic figures. That was not right, he laughs. In 78, Kiss released the album Double Platinum. I was allowed to buy that album with pocket money because that album had fairly neutral artwork. That record made me completely devoted to Kiss. They're still one of my favorite bands to this day. After Kiss, Van Halen and AC/DC soon followed. About 2 years later, the first Nawabum releases saw the light, and that was music which I could completely identify with. I devoted myself to bands like Raven, Jaguar, Satan, Iron Maiden, and Holocaust. That reached the first peak for me with the first records of Venom. Because of them, I came into contact with even heavier music. So, longtime Requiem patrons obviously know we spent a lot of time with Venom. So,
Yeah. We spent half the year with them.
Yeah, exactly. And so they ask him, how old were you when you started playing guitar? And he says, I actually started quite late. I got an acoustic guitar from my parents when I was younger, but I never touched it. As a child, I had organ lessons, so I had some musical education. But it was the Venom album, Welcome to Hell, which made me feel like I wanted to make music myself. I bought my first electric guitar in 1981. About 3 years later, we started with Thanatos. In the beginning, we absolutely couldn't play very well. We mainly wanted to play as hard and loud as possible. And the interviewer, Stephen Williams, says the oldest article I found about Thanatos is a review of the first Thanatos demo, Speed Kills, which was published in Aardschok, the magazine we talked about, in the June-July 85 edition. The review was quite interesting. Quote, there is no quality whatsoever, but the band does have a good guitar player. The demo is recommended for Slayer fans who are not so concerned about quality. So it's a classic review. And Stefan says, yeah, in the beginning, we were still called Whiplash, but there was also a band from Alkmaar at the time called Whiplash. So we decided to change our name. The name Whiplash was obviously influenced by Metallica. We had already heard their first demos and the debut album, and we thought that was a cool band name. The strange thing is that we wrote a riff for one of our first songs, and when Kill 'Em All was released, it turned out to sound exactly like Motor Breath, he laughs. We never used that riff afterwards. Back then, Whiplash was still in its infancy. In retrospect, I'm quite happy that we changed our name back then because I've completely lost my interest in Metallica since the early 90s.
That's fair.
Yeah, fair point. And then kind of skipping ahead here. Let's see. All right. He says he's kind of asking about like when they sort of up the game and start to change their sound and get more aggressive. And he's talking about a live tape from 87. He says you can really notice that Thanatos was very extreme at that point, fast, aggressive, and screamy vocals. And Stefan says, yeah, back then we mainly tried, just like so many bands at the time, to play as fast and hard as possible. There weren't as many bands back then, which you could take as an example. We started more or less around the same time as bands like Mantis and Death, Possess, Hellhammer, and Necrophagia. Most of those bands had Venom and Slayer's first record as a starting point. Every band had their same influences, but tried to be extreme in their own way. Everything was, of course, still way more primitive than nowadays, but I can still listen to that live tape myself. We also had a somewhat broader musical taste as a band. For example, that live tape from 87 also has 2 covers of the band DRI, which we played live at the time. Everything that was hard and fast was interesting. The brother of the drummer we had back then, Remo van Arnhem, was a very fantastical tape trader. He constantly came up with the most obscure recordings, bands like Siege and the New York City version of Mayhem. Those were bands which also made a big impression. And so you kind of get a sense that they're drawn from a pretty interesting kind of pool there, I suppose.
Yeah.
When did you guys, I never really heard you and Chris talk much about Thanatos. Like, were these like kind of tough records to find, like emerging from the Netherworlds and Realm of Ecstasy, or?
I feel like I was getting them, and even some of the later on records, I'd always see them at like in used bins.
Oh yeah.
This,
Okay.
I mean, this is, post zine and stuff. This is probably like early 2000s.
Okay.
The name was always kind of bandied about, but then I think maybe they're all reissued at some point. But I might have even sold you a bunch out of my CD collection.
I bought these, like, they reissued them a few years back, with like liner notes and shit. That's the versions I had. So yeah.
Okay, because I remember I had like a ton them and Vomitory. I would always find
Oh,
those
yeah.
around. It was almost
You
like
like had
somebody
more
was getting.
vomitory records than anybody I knew. I was like, I like vomitory, but I was like, Mark always has like, I didn't know they had 5 records, and Mark always, you
Well,
had them.
they're still on Metal Blade.
Yeah, that's pretty funny. They just
It's
like quietly release. They're like Guided by Voices, but for death metal. They just keep like
yeah.
releasing
They never play.
yeah.
It's just it's weird, but they're one of those other ones. But I always kind of had a soft spot for these guys, and eventually, at some point, the current guitarist for Asphyx, his name escapes me at the moment. Excuse me. I think he's been on some like Death the Brutal Way.
Hmm.
He was in Thanatos as well.
Oh, okay.
So I think when Death the Brutal Way came out, kind of like the comeback record, and when we saw him at MDF, I think I went back and got a bunch of Thanatos records too.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
no,
it definitely wasn't a 90s thing for me.
yeah, I didn't know. I never really heard you and Chris talk about them in the way that like Asphyx and Gorefest and some of these other kind of like.
Asphyx was just kind of like we both fell in love
Well, they're on
with those
Century Media
records.
too. I
Yeah,
just didn't know maybe Thanatos was just not like widely available either. It might have been hard to find.
probably. They really weren't, outside of being like a name that was dropped in zine interviews. I don't remember really hearing anything until the 2000s.
Yeah. So what we get with Emerging from the Netherworlds, and we're not really delving too deep into this, same with Pestilence, we're just kind of dipping our toe in a little bit, because I'm sure you can take that journey yourself, or go back and listen to that Pestilence episode, or things like that. But we're gonna play a pair of tunes from their debut, Emerging from the Netherworlds, from 1990, Outward of the Inward and Imposter's Infiltration, as we sort of end things here. Definitely like a tune like Outward of the Inward. I mean, it's definitely more death than thrash at this point.
Yeah.
But the German thrash roots are there. You can kind of find them in there a little bit. It almost sounds like here's what I wrote. Sounds like what would happen if you took Rain and Blood and you cross pollinate with Possessed and Creator. I don't know, just sort of like
In a weird weird necro production. That the drums made me think of when I first started when I first got interested in drums was with listen to Andy Whale play from Bolthrower.
Mhm.
And I would just use like dowels on my bed, to try to get those, try to get the rhythms going. And that's what this production reminded me of.
Yeah.
It's the drums sound so weird, but there's a certain amount of charm to that as well.
Sure. And I mean, even like you can take that Rain and Blood sort of thing into Imposter's Infiltration. Like the opening is like Angel of Death, but like taken like a little bit beyond a little bit. It's
Yeah.
very much like kind of copycat it there. But I mean, you can even hear like in that Imposters tune, like you can hear elements that are going to infect the whole scene, like the sort of doomy Asphyx obituary grooves are definitely built into that.
Sure. Yeah. The epic, like melodramatic, like dirgy sections that's a kind of like a hallmark, I think, of a lot of this stuff.
Yep. And it's a fun instrumental tune, like pretty awesome, Imposters Infiltration. But
Mhm.
famously, I don't know if you know this, but Stefan, like in the band, like fucking hate the production on this record. They really are pissed at how it like got recorded, and so like Realm of Ecstasy sounds a little bit better, I would agree, but there's still a place for this. It's got its own like kind of weird quirks.
I think the songs still speak for themselves, even though they're not, greatly recorded. Like, I think the songs like that was always with tape trading too. If you got something out of this horribly, duplicated thing,
Yeah.
like there was something there. There's some like kind of catchiness.
Yep, indeed. And so, we're going to go from Deadhead through a pair of tunes from Thanatos, but then we're going to sort of end the episode with probably maybe the biggest band of the whole episode, which is Pestilence. And Malleus Maleficarum, is that how you pronounce that?
Yeah, it's like the Bible for the witches or something, isn't it?
It translates to Hammer of the Witches.
Hammer of the Witches.
1988.
Okay.
Yeah, and it was basically a treatise on witchcraft from the 15th century, written by this like Dutch. No, he's a German Catholic dude, and it was actually by the Catholic Church because it was so brutal. Like it blamed women and purported torture as the only way to end these evils. And even by Catholic Church standards, they said, it's a little too far.
Yeah,
So,
that's a bit much.
yeah, a bit much. So that should tell you like there were some problems.
Yeah, that's right. This is basically like the Witchfinder General guide to like, well, if they don't float, then they're a witch, and if they sink, they're also a witch.
Yeah, exactly. So, really brutal shit. So kind of a cool like draw, to name your record that. That's pretty neat.
Yeah.
And there's a whole chapter, as I'm sure you would imagine, that is from in Streams of Ancient Wisdom on Pestilence, and they interview both Patrick and Martin, and this is with Martin, and they sort of ask him some questions about Malleus a little bit, and they say Malleus was released in September '88. What do you remember about the recording of that album? And he says, we finally got to record in a real studio. Collie Trapp was a very nice guy to work with. We were all very young at the time and quite nervous. And Collie knew how to put us at ease. If it didn't work out the first time, we just tried again the next day. For me as a singer, I had to wait until it was my turn. It took quite a long time before all my vocal parts were on tape. Looking back, we thought you could clearly hear that Collie had produced Destruction albums as well, because that typical sound is definitely present on the album. Malleus is not a death metal album, but more of an extreme and rather fast thrash metal album. The songs are a bit too fast, especially the drum parts, but it was a very nice experience. So, yeah. And then they talked to Patrick a little bit about things. And let me flip back for a moment about his thoughts on the Malleus sort of record. And he says, what do you remember about this? And he says, we went to a real professional studio for the very first time. And yes, that was absolutely like a dream come true. We knew Collie Trapp by name and knew that he had done a few bands like Destruction, but we didn't really know him otherwise. Our record deal with Roadrunner was actually very bad. We even contested that deal later at the time of Testimony of the Ancients in order to get more royalties. However, we had signed the contract and we were very happy to go into the studio with Collie Trapp. So we did the best we could while keeping in mind what we and the fans liked. In those days, we listened to a lot of bands like Infernal Majesty and Slayer. I was also obsessed with Death and Possessed. When we were in the studio, I already had a clear idea of what the record should sound like. I wanted to avoid that typical guitar sound and record something that was my own. The way Martin sang was with a lot of pressure on the throat, a bit Lemmy-like. It was a colorful mix when we made that record. We had no real studio experience, but we had a lot of fun and laughed a lot. There was a part in the studio where you could sleep and cook food. We became a closer band and we got to know each other better. Before that studio session, we only saw each other once a week in the rehearsal room. When you spend time together like that, it's always interesting to see what people are like. And then they ask him a little bit here. Let's see. They're just kind of talking about promotion. It says they did shows with DRI. And then the next question, he kind of says, Consuming Impulse is a very different record compared to Malleus. Whoa, did you plan to do things differently? He says, actually, we did. On Malleus, we were much more searching for our sound. On Consuming, I started questioning myself as a musician and how I should deal with my own music. I wrote all the music and came up with all the bass lines. I still do that, by the way. However, I was always very open to what was happening in the metal scene, and I realized very quickly that my competitors were coming from the US. Then you have to look at what you want to do with that. Do you want to be big in the Netherlands? What is your target group? Along the way, we came to grasp all the better and better. You get to know better that what works and what fans respond to and what doesn't, even if they don't know your music. I know I didn't want to do another record in the vein of Malleus. Death had released Leprosy. We had to respond to that as a band, and that's what we did with Consuming Impulse. The music on that album is much more straightforward, aggressive, and in your face. I don't think Martin Van Drunen ever said anything about that in interviews, but the way he started singing back then and still sings nowadays, he learned that from me. I taught him how to sing. Martin first wanted to sing again, like on Malleus, but those songs are very different and just need a different kind of voice. John Tardy from Obituary was an example for me at the time. I said to Martin, if you scream from time to time, that's how you should sing, more in the vein of John Tardy. We had discussions and even fights about that. Martin went out one night in Berlin, and when he came back, he tried again. It was all right, and the rest is history. We started to develop much more in the direction we wanted to go. We started to have our own sound. So Malleus is kind of like this, I don't know, it's kind of like a moment in time, but it's not really what Pestilence is. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's definitely an oddball in the whole discography.
it's kind of a band discovering themselves. But if you're looking for like the roots of like the high points of Dutch kind of thrash, even if there's a little bit of a foot in sort of the death camp, definitely like Malleus is a sort of thrash record. It's just on the more extreme side of things, so kind of I thought a nice place to end with probably the biggest band, and a band that probably people, patrons are certainly probably familiar with Pestilence and stuff. So
it sends them back to another episode.
yeah, it does indeed. And what you get with a song like Parasite is, it's kind of a really a thrashy play on like the fight fire with fire kind of Metallica formula, with a little bit more kind of creator destruction teeth, and even like really that bizarre early Megadeth compositional style too, like that stuff that you heard on Killing and Peace Sells, where it's like kind of progressive, right? It's like doesn't make sense. Like Dave Mustaine wrote really weird fucking composed songs that are like,
it was progressive, in that sense of like having, how do you fit these 10 riffs together, even if they're kind of convergent.
But great sick thrashy bass break mosh part, and the solo that follows is kind of quintessential Pestilence stuff that they would keep on even when they went more in the death metal camp and stuff. But it's kind of a cherry on top of this kind of Dutch thrash scene, I suppose. But any kind of like closing like kind of thoughts on like the Dutch versus Belgian scene, or things that you notice between these two scenes, or any kind of like patterns or kind of things that haven't really been said?
Yeah, I don't know if there was the commonalities are kind of, I mean, there's definitely I feel like the Belgian stuff was kind of more pulling in 70s 80s traditional stuff, but just trying to make it harsher, and the Dutch stuff kind of swooped in and was like, okay, this is where things are going. This is what it can be,
closer to like what the 90s was going to be. For sure. And you can see that with all the big Dutch bands that emerge in the 90s that had big influence on us, so
but I think Pestilence was a good choice to use as like this bridge, like to what's the next thing that's going to happen in the scene, and it's death metal.
Yeah, exactly. It's this next set of 4 songs are really like kind of where things are going to go, indeed. Yeah. But it's been fun. It's like I said, it's like an intellectual exercise to have to like bend to like a bunch of bands that like I don't know. I know I often hit Mark with like a bunch of shit he doesn't know, but it's rare that like both of us are like this challenged. Like, okay, there's like 4 bands on here I probably knew before we did this episode, maybe, or 3 even, so it's like shit.
Or I've heard names, but I didn't even know that they were from Belgium.
I wouldn't have known that,
like Acid or something, but
yeah, exactly. So it's kind of fun, and we hope that as patrons you appreciate this. This will probably be a nice little treat for you to sort of get if you're kind of waiting around for some more Requiem sort of stuff. But now that Mark and I are kind of a little bit more established with our routines and the moves are done and stuff like that, we're hoping to have some fun with some of this a little bit more. And
we just had a little summer break, and it was Jason was going overseas and helping his lady friend out redo her house. And
hey, lots of wallpaper, man. If you guys want to hire me on a side hustle, I can be a wallpaper consultant. Just fly me in. I can I've done ceiling stuff, I've done wall stuff, I've done peel and stick, I've done paste. I can do it all at a very mediocre job. I'm like very average to above average, but hey, I'm not going to be bad at it, but I'm also not going to be an expert. But if you want like a cheap alternative, I'm your guy.
Get the novice prices.
Exactly. But it's been fun. It's always good to sort of hang out and just kind of bullshit on some stuff a little bit without a lot of pressure. And that's what's kind of fun about the Patreon show. Although perhaps down the road you're listening to this as a non-Patreon. So, if you do want to become a Patreon because you want access to this sort of stuff, go to patreon.com/Requiem Metal, or go to requiemmetal.com and you can click on the Patreon link there. So again, if you're but for those of you that are our patrons that are going to hear this episode months before everyone else, thank you. We do appreciate all the stuff. I know it's been kind of a fallow period here for us in terms of giving you guys extra kind of bonus content, but I know that.
But also, everybody always says we don't need anything extra.
Yeah, exactly.
But we care enough to give you something extra.
Yeah, we just every 5 or 6 months we'll throw something your way. the best of shows are always fun because it kind of forces Mark and I to kind of think about what the hell new that we actually listen to sometimes, which is not as much as it was, say, 10 years ago. But
yeah, it comes with age. But the great thing is like reissue. This is reissue season right now.
Is it?
So well, like I don't know if you've followed like Dismember's reissuing the whole catalog.
Are they?
And they're all remastered by Etsby. So I've been as of September there's going to be 6. They go all the way up to
Death Metal?
No, they go past, what was the one right after that? Hate Campaign.
Hate Campaign, yeah.
Yep.
Damn.
Available now for pre-order.
I don't know. Shit. I don't know. Yeah. I'm trying to be more frugal right now, so I got.
Well, you should get Everflowing Stream. Oh, is the different version? It's a different mastering. That's supposed to be the superior mastering.
That one I would definitely buy again. You know? So, indeed.
But they're putting out pieces. They're putting out everything. So
Pieces. That's the record that almost got Mark banned from death metal from his mom.
the silliest fucking cover. Yeah, well, that's when we had the talk.
The talk. Everyone has the talk. But let us know what your talks were. We should actually do that. Like, give us when you had like the parental talk, when like people in your life, whether it be parents or siblings or friends, were super concerned about the direction you were going in your life.
Yeah.
I'm sure we all have had that moment before. Certainly. I don't know what mine was specifically. My mom luckily never found Cannibal Corpse. I don't know. I think it was just like Slayer covers and just like, it was the totality. It wasn't like one cover. It was like a bunch of them. And she kind of was like, this whole thing, is this like concern? I was like, nah, it's like Halloween. She's like, okay. I'm like, okay. Yeah, it's all fantasy shit. It's just
bullshit. I mean, it was like literally a less than 2-minute meeting that I had.
Yeah.
Like you seem really into this and really motivated to do things about, this magazine and stuff. And what's this all about? I should ask her if she remembers any of that conversation. Probably not, because that was like such a trivial thing in
for her. It was
her history, but like
for you, it was like
my history is a huge deal.
Called out on this. Here we go. Yeah, my mom probably more remembers the talk she had with me when she tried to ban all my hair metal when we went to church and shit, and she kind of Bible thumping for a bit. That was when I got MTV banned and all that shit for like 6 months. That was a low period in 3rd grade for me. So. But I made a comeback. By the beginning of 4th grade, I was back from Striper. I had Striper because I had to buy. Striper was my like workaround that I could get to hell with the devil. But then pretty quickly I was into Doc.
I'm back, baby. Yeah.
Back for the attack. Hell yeah. Hey, Dawkins got a new single coming out, Mark.
It's not bad. I just listened to it.
Yeah, it's not too bad. The video's super. Luke
It's
Walker
super cheap.
Said it was a real bad video. I have not watched the video. I've just listened to the song.
If you don't watch the video and just listen to the song, it's like, oh, this sounds like it could have been like a cutting room floor thing from 87 or something.
Yeah, he said
bad.
Don looks real tired in the video. So
I mean, he looks real tired when you see him live too.
That's
he's wearing his the duster's really heavy, that leather duster, man.
It's tough. Hey, I will say this. I did see a couple weeks ago, I saw Cinderella, and Tom Kiefer, he's good. He's still fucking killing it.
Nice.
Yeah, it was
always likes his voice.
Yeah, he's got a great voice, and he did pretty well. He looks a little rough. He's definitely venturing towards like he's not quite Vinnie Vincent territory, but he's got like
he's had a couple cheeseburgers along the way.
And just his face, like it's almost like he's wearing like pale makeup. Like, come on, Tom, don't do that. You don't need to. You're like fucking 58, 60 years old. You just gotta like just
easy.
Yeah, it's rough. So, but anyways, it's a good way to go out. So we're gonna close things off with from the Festering demo. We've got Deadhead with the Festering from 1990. Also from 1990, from Thanatos' Emerging from the Netherworlds. We've got Outward of the Inward and Imposter's Infiltration. And then, of course, we're going to close everything out with Parricide from Pestilence's Malleus Maleficarum from 1988. So patrons and perhaps future Requiem Normal episode people, this has been our International Thrash Series Benelux mixtape episode, if you will. And I am Jason.
And I'm Art.
eyes are feasting on your flesh. Blocking at your eyes and penetrating your chest. Leaving you to bleed the devil by yourself. To the way sense of weakness to the Every minute some dances with brutal history. Mountain of retaliation, revolting event. Sour and full of inconsistent. No milk, sleeping under more humiliations. It's a jubilating fury leading to an unimaginable horrible escalation. Dispose of redundance one by one. The rolling twitch, moment of a sign. Strings of the time from phobia. Rhino story, fantasize. Parasite. You drink your way to the next of kin. And go into with painful indignation. The moment of judgment and punishment is there. Murder from segregation. Parasite.